Everyone, I'm Wendy Lowe, and I will be your facilitator for the next several months. Welcome, and we're short a couple people, but we hope they show up in a second or a few minutes anyway. So with that, I'm gonna turn it over to the Fish and Game folks to tell you why they brought you together, and then I'll come back up. So.
Do you want me to start? Sure. Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. I am Jim Fredericks, Director of Fish and Game. It's good to see a lot of familiar faces, a lot of new faces. And I want to just start by extending a very, very sincere gratitude to all of you for being willing to take time to do this. It's not lost on me that it's hunting season and some of the best fishing going on right now. So this is a sacrifice on your part and on behalf of the commission. We really, really do appreciate that. Also want to extend my appreciation to Ellery and the rest of the Fish and Game staff for the support that they're providing for this thing. So we have a long history in Idaho Fish and Game of priding ourselves on being a science-based organization. And I think that we do that as well as any agency in the country. We have some of the best researchers, the best managers to inform our decisions. But a lot of the decisions that we make, as I think people recognize, are not based on science alone, right? And so that's one of our big challenges. I think one of the best things about being in fish and wildlife management is that there are no right or wrong answers, because a lot of what we do is based on science, but then it's also based on values and what people want. And the values, remember, are not right or wrong. One of the most challenging things about fish and wildlife management, by the same token, is that there are no right or wrong answers. And so this is one of those examples where there really is no right or wrong. It comes down to values and it comes down to ethics, and that changes depending on who you're talking to. So I told the commission that when I interviewed for this job, that I wanted to really lean into public engagement, helping the public understand how we make decisions, who makes decisions, the role of the commission, the role of the public, and the role of the department. And that's very important to me. And one of the means that we have to do that we've been leaning into a little harder recently, is stakeholder groups and advisory groups. I think groups like this are extremely valuable in helping us bring perspectives and thoughts together to solve some of our really unique, more difficult challenges. And I don't think it's lost on anybody in this room that technology chase and how we manage that going forward is most definitely one of those bigger challenges that we wrestle with. So I have worked with a variety of stakeholder groups, and I found them to be extremely valuable. So one of the values of these groups is that we have now, instead of the 7-member commission that's really struggling with some of these issues. 7 minds are great. 7 minds are better than 1 mind. That's why we have a commission, because it shouldn't all fall to the director. But 24 minds can be better than 7 in terms of bringing different perspectives in the room. So this group is going to be advisory to the commission, of course, but the commission is very interested in your perspectives and what you have to say about that. So as it so happens, we're going, I don't want to get into the weeds in terms of rulemaking and how all of this works now. You'll have more time to learn about that later. But we are reviewing chapters of our administrative rules, which are approved by the legislature, but the governor has asked every state agency to review rule chapters on a 5-year rotational basis. And it just so happens that in 5, we will be reviewing our big game rules, and big game rules are where a lot of the stuff that we're talking about live, and as far as the administrative rule chapters. So recognizing that we will be taking kind of a fresh look at big game hunting rules and everything that's in there, and recognizing that this issue about technology is of high importance because of the rapid evolution and the new technologies that are available. The commission thought that this would be a very good opportunity to pull together a stakeholder group to help work through Chapter 8 as we consider what administrative rules and how we develop administrative rules to deal with technology going forward. So back to advisory groups for a second. Sometimes we pull an advisory group together to solve a problem. And it can be, we're looking to them for a prescriptive solution, maybe on a season setting, maybe on whether to implement a program or not. But it's really looking more for a technical solution or a prescriptive solution. This is not one of those advisory groups. Other advisory groups like this one come together to deal with bigger, broader challenges where there is no simple single prescriptive solution. So think of it more in terms of a challenge that evolves over time. And I think that's by nature what we're talking about, the evolution of technology. You can't come together and come up with a solution, a rule that solves this going forward. So you have a challenge in front of you. What would I like to see from this group? Part of it could be prescriptive. So as I said, we're going to be looking at the administrative rules. The commission has established rules for various elements of technology. I know a lot of you are familiar with those. So one way or another, we will be revising Chapter 8 next year. And the deliberations of this group will help inform that process. The public will have an opportunity to negotiate rulemaking to engage in it. And then ultimately the legislature will hopefully approve whatever gets advanced to them. So the prescriptive piece is one of the things that I hope that comes out of this group in dealing with Chapter 8. But more importantly, what I hope this group can come up with are some ideas for processes or frameworks or procedures to help manage technology as it evolves going forward. So after 2025, what then? What about the next thing? Because it's evolving so quickly. I don't know if anybody in the room, I suspect they do, listens to Cal's Week in Review podcast. I listen to it periodically and heard recently about RoboPants for the first time. And never heard of such a thing, couldn't imagine such a thing. Somebody has imagined it, and essentially what it is battery powered pants that put a bounce in your step and help you get up the mountain. And that's great. That's great. But don't misinterpret me. I'm not asking you to render a verdict on RoboPants. But my point is that there are things that are coming down the pipe that we really can't foresee, and it's evolving very, very rapidly. And you look at AI and how much that's changed, like in the last 6 months. So what can you provide to the commission in terms of recommendations to help manage these challenges beyond 2025? And then the last thing that I would ask of you is that as you engage with this group and each other, I would also ask that you engage with people outside of this room. Because as you know, there's a tremendous amount of interest. There were 750 plus people that were interested in being in here. And so a lot of interest in the process, a lot of interest in how these decisions are made. So as we go forward over the coming weeks and months, please engage with as many people as you can tolerate to help them understand what's going on inside this room, and then bring their perspectives into the room as well. There will be an opportunity for everybody to comment to Ellery, and then Ellery is going to review those comments with you. But also I think it really lends credibility and value to this group the more people that you can reach out and have personal dialogues with about what's going on. And part of that is my commitment and desire to help the public better understand broadly about fish and wildlife management and how it works. I think there's less than a complete understanding in the general public about who makes decisions, what is the role of the commission in decision making, what's the role of the department, and then very, very importantly, what's the role of the public? Because the public plays a tremendous role in how the commission contemplates decisions and the final decisions that they do make. So that's what I wanted to share with you today. But most importantly, thank you for your willingness to take this challenge on. I really look forward to hearing about the deliberations and the discussions, and then of course seeing the recommendations that come out of the group. Thanks.
Thank you.
not a whole lot to add following that, from the director, but for those of you who I have not met, my name is Ellery Tucker Williams. I've spoken with all of you on the phone at some point or another. I just want to echo the director and say thank you very much for your willingness to be here, and willingness to participate. It was a significant process to narrow down 750 people down to 24. We did our best to try and make sure we have broad representation from all of our fish and game regions, as well as a good cross-section of not only experiences and backgrounds, but also perspectives. So I like to tell folks that we had a wonderful problem that we had too many good applications and not enough seats. So just again, thank you very much for all of your willingness to participate and taking the time and the sacrifice to be here on a Saturday. Many of you traveled long distances. So we just appreciate your willingness to do this for the hunting community, for the fishing game, and for Idaho as a whole. So thank you very much. A couple things, coffee and snacks just right across the hall. Please feel free to get up and get those as you need. I know some of you have been up since 4 or earlier, so completely understand needing coffee. We also have additional snacks and waters over here. Bathrooms are also just right across the hall as well. And then I will dive in a little bit more to some housekeeping things after we get through our charter. So thank you very much.
So, since no one's mentioned it yet, and I forgot to say it when I started, we are on Zoom this morning. So there are some members of the public that are watching. They are muted and not able to contribute to your conversations, but they are observing. We do have one member who could not be here today, Nicole Swafford, and she's online and she is unmuted and able to participate. So we're gonna try to give her an opportunity to participate when we can. So I think that's everything we need to talk about before going into the second slide. Does that sound right to you? Okay. So I want to talk about the objectives for today's meeting. Welcome and provide an overall orientation to all of you for coming to the working group and what your charge is. And provide an opportunity for you to begin getting to know each other. We are hoping for consensus at the end of the process. And that means we're gonna need to get to know each other a little bit. And it's gonna be challenging when we're only actually physically together 3 times. We're gonna be doing stuff online as well. And so I know some of this may feel a little bit uncomfortable when I'm mixing and mingling you around, but it's because I really want you to listen to each other and get to know each other so you understand all the perspectives that we have present. So that's a really important, and we're gonna start that today. We're gonna get some presentations from Idaho and a couple of other entities about how they've dealt with these same issues, how they're dealing with these same issues. We're gonna talk about your reactions to what you've heard. And then we're gonna talk about how you need to work as a working group to be able to get to your final goal of reaching consensus. And I'll help you with that. I've got a lot of years of experience of helping groups get to consensus. It's not easy, but it helps when you have a facilitator that has confidence that you can do it. So that's my contribution. Just to mention a little bit about what the role of a facilitator is. I do not have opinions about the things that you're going to be talking about. It's very, very important for me to play that neutral role. If you feel like I'm leaning somewhere, let me know. It doesn't happen very often. I don't intend to, but call me on it, because it's one of my professional ethics is to be completely neutral about the things that you're talking about. I have a lot of experience with fish and game, going back to 1999 when I started working with a Upper Snake Sage-Grouse Local Working Group. And then I worked with 4 other Sage-Grouse Local Working Groups. I didn't finish my work with Sage-Grouse until 2013. And I worked on the Landowner Appreciation Program. I worked on the Idaho Wildlife Summit. Just recently, I finished up with an elk working group up on the Dvorak. So I've been around fish and game issues a long time. My husband is a hunter, a wildlife biologist, retired from BLM. So I've been around the issues, but that doesn't mean I have your lived experience, and I'm here to help you kind of capture what you share. So then the last thing is we're going to do next steps for moving forward. So that's what this, did we ever talk about second slide? Oh, sorry. That's what I just said. So Next slide, please. So facilitators need ground rules. So that I know what's appropriate behavior in the room. And, so I wanted to share with you what my normal ground rules are. The first one is participate with intention, and that means make your contribution when it's the right topic. So I know there may be other things that matter to you that are somewhat related. If you need to suggest something that you recognize is off topic, let me know and I will establish what I call a parking lot and I'll put it there so we can get back to it later. But really, it helps a lot if you pay attention to what we're talking about and make your contributions there. Get it off your chest. Doesn't do any good to go home wishing you'd said something, so participate. And that means making space for other people to participate as well. So if you've been talking a long time, it might be somebody else's turn. So second one is appreciate that there is a diversity of perspectives in the room. As the director explained, that's why you're designed the way you are. And we really want to capture the wisdom from different perspectives, but that means if somebody says something that's challenging to your worldview, instead of getting ready to fight, lean in. Try to understand why they feel the way they do, because every one of you brings a wealth of experience and we want to really capture that. So we're going to pretend we don't live in the United States right now in these polarization times and just really try to understand the diversity of perspective in the room. So appreciate it, not just understand it, but really lean into it. And make sure that we're maintaining a respectful space. Focus on the problems, not on the people. I sound like a first grade teacher. But it comes in handy. So is there anything that I haven't said that you feel like we need? I didn't put silence your cell phones up there, but hopefully you will. But if you, and the agenda is sort of my tool to try to manage your time together. Don't worry about it too much. If we get behind, I actually think we're gonna get ahead a couple times today. But if you need to go to the restroom or grab something to drink or something like that, and it's not a scheduled break, you have permission to do that, so get up and go when you need to. But any other ground rules that you've heard of in the past that you've feel like we can add to them if we need to, but okay, great. So the next thing we're gonna do, next slide, is make sure that we're gonna ask you to sign the charter before you leave today. So we wanna go through the charter and make sure you understand what it is you've been asked to do. So the purpose of the Hunting and Advanced Technology Working Group is to assess public perspectives on what is and what is not considered fair chase in the use of, or fair use of technology in the pursuit of game, and then develop recommendations that we will go from you to the Idaho Fish and Game Commission that strike an appropriate balance between the use of hunting technology and fair chase ethic. So that's what we've been asked, I've been asked to help you do. Is that clear to everybody? Okay, next slide then. So these are some of the expectations. We are trying to make a deadline of the end of March. I'm not sure we even know the exact date yet of the Fish and Game Commission meeting in March.
We will know.
You'll know. Okay, so that's what our end point is. And so we planned 8 meetings, 3 of which will be this is the first of 3 that will meet here in this room, and the rest will be online. Has everyone used Zoom before? Okay, so we'll be using Zoom. And the meetings, like I said, all of your meetings are going to be observed by members of the public. But we're going to be trying to make sure that you are the ones that are doing the talking and not them. Apologize to the members of the public. You need to reach consensus before a recommendation can go to the commission. So if you're deeply divided, that's not a final recommendation. It just means you may have to be silent on some of the topics if you're not able to reach agreement. That's fine. I would just point out that if you don't advise them, you're giving them permission to do what they want to do, right? So if you want to have a say, we really want to get the consensus. That's why it's so important that we get there, is so that it's your advice to them rather than saying, hey, we can't get there, do whatever you want. We do want you to be available to people in the public to answer questions about what's going on in the room and what we're talking about. I would appreciate it if you don't talk disrespectfully about what's happening in the room. Call me if you're feeling that way. We don't want you to go out and say, boy, they're a fully dysfunctional group of people. I don't know how I got roped into this. Try to be constructive in the way you portray what's happening in the room. And up to and including after you're disbanded. So your responsibilities to what we've talked about here continue even after we're done. The next slide, please. This is my definition of consensus, but I've got a lot of experience. Everyone understands and will support. And the understanding part is really important because that means maybe you're gonna lose a couple of little tips about what the final wording looks like, but you're gonna know why. You're gonna know that other people in the room felt differently than you, and that this is the best recommendation that we, as a group of people, are able to come to. And so that's what understanding is about. That's why it's so important that you listen to each other. You really seek to understand why people feel differently on some of the topics than you do. And then will support means you can't write a letter to the editor in the paper and say, this was a terrible process. I didn't agree with the outcome. We're expecting you to bring your integrity into the room and really participate. So we will have conversations that are hard. I can tell you that right now, but we want to do so in a way that is respectful of everyone else in the room. So is that definition okay to everybody? You'll notice it doesn't say agree with. So it doesn't mean you have to love it. It just means you understand it and you'll support it. We're going to try to get to agree, but we may not get to the point where everybody really goes, yeah, that's right. But yeah, we'll support it. It's good enough. So, okay. There's 5 requirements in the charter. Your recommendations need to fall within the authority of the commission. So we're not going to make recommendations that the commission can't do, right? The scope is going to be limited to deer, elk, pronghorn, moose, mountain goat, and bighorn sheep. Is that okay with everybody? We're not talking about anything else, just those species. The recommendations must align with the management objectives that are identified for those species in their management plans. They must be enforceable. And this is really one of the things that is kind of challenging about the work that you're going to be doing, because you're not really out there observing every single hunter and knowing what they're doing. So you really need to think about what's enforceable. And then finally, just to make sure you understand, you are an advisory group making a recommendation to the Fish and Game Commission, and then it goes on to the legislature. So you're not making a decision. You're making a recommendation together that then goes on. So just make sure everybody understands the place here. Is that okay? Yeah.
Is there a reason that bear, mountain lion, and wolves aren't included in the scope of work?
I am not the right person to ask.
Happy to answer that. Yes, there is a reason. The reason is that this is a giant topic in and of itself. Most of what we have heard from the public in particular has mostly centered around deer and elk. And that's kind of where most of our hunters are. And it's no surprise to anyone in this room that when we do talk about our toothy critters, so to speak, that things can oftentimes kind of get down into the weeds fairly quickly. And we wanted to make sure that we gave enough attention to the species that impact the most hunters first, that we have heard the most about. Not saying that those topics won't necessarily be or can't be addressed in a different entity or a different source. But we wanted to make sure that we could focus on what impacted the most hunters first, before we started going down ones that might have different sets of ethics. Because we have found with our hunters that often we have different sets of ethics with our deer and elk versus our wolves and bears and all that other stuff. So wanted to give you guys an opportunity to make forward progress, whatever that looks like, and not have the entirety of the conversation potentially get derailed based off of one or two species. Any
And that's
questions?
a great example of something that can go in the parking lot if it comes up.
Gotcha.
So, and if those things need to get talked about, we'll put it up there and then we'll pass it on to a fishing game for later. So thanks for asking that. So anything else about these expectations that you have questions about? Okay, next slide. So your roles and responsibilities is to review the information that's provided. There may be some homework assignments. We're not really sure yet. But we may have some homework assignments between meetings. I hope there's nothing between now and the next meeting because there's not much time before that next meeting. We want you to participate in as many meetings as possible so that you're really here and we hear your voices. I'm not reading them exactly. I'll let you read them. But we want you to work as a team together to develop recommendations that you can support. Yes.
Can you put an action item on the parking lot for a description of enforcement or enforceable?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So enforcement is a parking lot.
Yeah, just what the mechanisms might be that the Fish and Game can use to enforce recommendations.
Okay. Yeah, probably gonna get touched on a little bit today.
Okay.
Am I right? Yeah, okay. But if it's not touched on satisfactorily, let me know and we'll stay in the parking lot. Okay. I think I've really pretty much talked about this. Anything up there that you see that about your job descriptions?
And just so you know, everyone has the charter in their stack of documents in front of them, and you each were also emailed it ahead of time. Is there any?
Extra?
I have heard try to reach consensus and reach consensus. Those are two different things. Is there gonna be, is it consensus in the end?
Recommendations will not proceed to the Fish and Game Commission that have not been approved through consensus.
100% consensus.
Yes.
Good.
So let me talk a little bit about that. If you accept the charge of working by consensus, you will participate differently. If I said 85% is good enough, you're not going to worry about the people that are getting left out. And that's why it's really important to embrace it today. Because if you're trying for consensus, that means you've got to try to listen to each other. If we don't get there, then there's no recommendation that goes to the Fish and Game Commission. That sounds really final. What really looks like a lot of the time is you agree about a whole bunch of stuff, and then there's some stuff that you can't agree about. And the stuff you do agree about can go forward. Okay, so we can pick it apart and decide where the problems are. If you're in a position where you can't understand and agree with a point, it's incumbent on you to let the group know, I can't really go there. This is what you need to do to fix the words so I'm on board. And I can't tell you how many times somebody has thrown out a synonym. A word that sounds exactly the same to me and it brings someone in. So it doesn't have to be really hard, but please don't be the blocker. Please be constructive if you feel like you need to say something out loud. And that will be helpful to the room, right? Think about every one of your perspectives are a gift to the rest of the room. Does that help? Rob? Okay, we're gonna
Thank
try for consensus, and if you don't get there, it doesn't go on. So that's our goal.
Wendy,
Yes,
you said something, at least the way I heard it earlier, that I thought was important along that line is that we may not agree 100% on every point, but we understand and agree on the concept.
Mhm.
Getting to, for that consensus point.
so nobody in this room is gonna get exactly what they want. And I mean, I've worked with every kind of technical issue. And there's always somebody that thinks, well, if everyone knew what I do, then they would agree with me. Well, that's not the way it is. Because not everybody has exact same values or exactly the same experience. But what it does mean is that what we reach consensus on is the stuff that you as a group of people can agree about. So it may not be perfect, but you know that how it was developed, you respect the other people in the room, and you say, this is the best we could do together. And that's not bad, right? It's what we could do together, given who was in the room and what we believe in. So, does that help?
It does.
Yes.
And I'm just basing my work off of your,
Sage
what
grouse.
you would say is your house.
Yeah,
It's really hard to get there, that you have to find some common ground.
you have to be patient with each other. And it sounds really, give the gift of sharing your thoughts, because that's really important. Did you have something? No, just, okay. All right, anything else on these roles and responsibilities? Next slide, please. You have any questions about it? And are you willing to sign up before you leave today?
Yes.
Okay. A lot of nodding heads. Good. So this is a good chance to say something if you're uncomfortable.
Okay. I have a question. I went through a lot of this stuff and read it all. But I want to know what Fish and Game is defining as fair chase. I've
We're
not
gonna
seen
have a
that.
whole meeting about that.
Okay, yeah, because it's kind of important if we're gonna be using this,
Yeah.
to find out what technology, if we don't know what fair chase is.
Yeah. We're gonna have a whole, it's the third meeting?
Well,
I think it's a third meeting, December.
okay,
Right, so to Wendy's point and to the director's point, fair chase is one of those topics that varies by individual, right? Which is why we have brought so many different people together to find what the group can collectively decide on is in fact fair
okay, so we're defining what fair chase is for
for
this.
this, for this group.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's
Fishing
what I
game does
needed.
not have a broad definition of fair chase.
Okay.
We will have 3 presentations that day, is what I'm remembering.
Yes,
And they'll be short, and then you'll have an opportunity to discuss them.
Perfect.
So, yeah, we're not just gonna let you wallow on that one. So, any other questions? Okay. Well, then. We're gonna do introductions around the room. We haven't let you do that. And I'm gonna record what you say. And this is an example of what I'm doing. If I write the wrong things down, it's okay to tell me I've incorrectly captured what you wanted to say. And I will fix it, cross it off and fix it. So, I haven't mentioned this yet, but I will be preparing what's called a group memory for you after every meeting. And I write things down that I want to be in the group memory. So the group memory will have this, it'll be a little cheat sheet for you about who else was in the room. So I'm gonna put your first name, I've got a couple of doubles first names, so I might have to go with an initial too on the back, on your last name. But, so, who are you? And why did you want to be included in this group? We don't have to go in order, but we're going to hear from everybody. So, who's raring to go? This is how we find out who's the most extroverted person in the room.
Rob Thornberry, Idaho Falls, lifelong, mostly unsuccessful hunter. Worked at the newspaper in Idaho Falls for a couple decades. Covering outdoor issues. I want to be included in this working group because I think there are 2 challenges. I want hunting to survive into the future. And I think there are 2 major challenges. One is conserving and taking care of the best habitats needed for animals to complete their life cycles. And number 2 is access to hunting. And traditionally access to hunting, we think about closed roads. But my concern is as technology advances, we're gonna have to trim hunter numbers. And we're gonna lose access, and we're gonna lose connection with our pastime. And political.
Yes.
Nathan Guy, Nampa. I joined this for a couple reasons. One, I've been in the outdoor world for a long time, been behind a gun counter since '93, and seeing technology evolve just in, let's just say optics and blown, but I've got 3 kids, 1 really young one. I wanna make sure that we do have game for them when they grow up a little bit more. That we're not hunting drones with our goggles on and a bunch of stuff. I mean, so just wanna be a part of it and really and help and do my part.
Thank you. Okay.
Jason Carr, I live in Boise. I've been in Idaho since 2001. I joined the group, I work in the geographic information systems space, and so I work a lot with aerial imagery and drone imagery and spatial technologies, and I thought that I could be a good voice in the discussion. And then like Nathan said, I'm concerned about the imaging that can come from, heat-seeking scopes, the drone, people can buy drones. And then like Rob said, if it becomes cost prohibitive for people to participate because they can't afford a drone or a rifle that'll shoot 1,500 yards or whatever. So I just wanted to be part of the discussion to maintain the pastime for future generations.
Am I doing okay on getting the right words? Okay. Yes.
My name is Jeff Shin. I'm from Whitebird, Idaho. I work work for the Forest Service, so I work in the habitat side of things, so I understand some of the challenges that were first brought up. I don't have an axe to grind necessarily in the discussion, but I do know, I'm familiar with the whole collaborative process and thought I could contribute to that, but hunting is a passion for me and it's something I wanna see last in perpetuity, and so being part of the process instead of a bystander was important to me. But I do have a bent towards old school kind of technology versus the new.
Want me to put that down?
You don't have to.
Okay.
Dylan Halverson from St. Mary's. I'm
It is this, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm a forester by trade is what I am. I grew up in Idaho, in the St. Mary's area. I want to see kind of that Idaho hunting culture, at least from my perspective, and those that I've talked to in my region, my area of Idaho, be represented. And then also a huge portion of it is I have 3 small children, and I want to see the things that I was able to do continued on for them. I want to see their ability to have access to hunting, but also see kind of that Idaho culture of hunting continue.
That's experience.
Derek Atterbury.
Okay.
Is
it 2 hours or 1 hour?
Just one.
Okay.
Served on the Idaho Fishing Game Commission. I just finished up in January with 2 terms and I was kind of bored. I'll be honest with you, I missed the engagement with the public, the department. And having represented the commission with WAPA and amongst all the other Western state agencies, departments and their commissions. What we have in Idaho is very unique, not only from our hunting public, but the game that we manage and our department. Like the director said, we do have the best people all around. And so I want to be part of that engagement to keep that and to continue to have our hunting be great in the state of Idaho.
Okay. I need to change paper. Where did that one? No, they're chunky, so we're good. Okay.
Hi, everybody, I'm Holly Hemingway. I live in Potlatch, Idaho. I grew up in southeast Idaho in the Idaho Falls area, so kind of have a perspective of, you know, the two different worlds of the Idaho landscape. I'm just noticing all the similarities that we have. So I am also a GIS professional and a forester. And I also have 3 small kids, so, you know, hunting's an important part of our family culture. It's something that, you know, my kids have grown up doing, and so I too, you know, hope that they can grow up and tag along with me, and then obviously go out on their own and have those experiences. So that's why I wanted to be here.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Ken Crane. I'm from Jerome. And I've been in resource management for 30+ years. My education's in range and wildlife habitat and grew up hunting, so couldn't wait to get out the door. Dad wouldn't let me go hunting until football was done Friday night, so it was always late nights and the drive that hasn't left. So, in fact, I broke out camp to come here, so the passion's there. So seen a lot of changes in habitat and wildlife populations over the years. Fires, development, changes in public perspective and values have really been a challenge in big game management, as other things. And we see this development of technology over the last 10 years really change the game as well. And we can see it in the numbers, you see it out, things are different than they used to be. We always talk about how it used to be. And there's a lot of reasons for that, but I enjoy all aspects of hunting. If you read my bio, I traditional bow hunt and I hunt with a modern rifle. So I like doing it all, and I appreciate everybody's perspective in that. But I think too, our priorities have to be the big game habitat, or I should say wildlife population health. And we need to pay attention to that and how we're hunting and how we're harvesting animals. We can't always take the biggest and best. It's not the way you can manage animals and maintain those populations. Equally is the perspective of how people look at us and how we conduct hunting, and whether or not we're doing it fairly with the animals, or if it's just a whack 'em, stack 'em opportunity for us. So I think that's where our weakness is the population. We see politics and how they change in the US generally and in the world. And if you aren't in favor of the general population, you're gonna lose. And so we need to keep our perspective positive and how we're doing this and moving forward, and maintain our opportunity to do this hunting the way we like.
Thank you.
I'm Alex Martin, I'm from Nampa, Idaho here, born and raised in Idaho. But I am a traditional bow hunter like Ken here. I build precision rifles for a living. I have a pretty good finger on the pulse on both ends of the technology spectrum, so I felt like my perspective could be valuable to the group. Main reason I wanted to be part of this group was to be part of the conversation about technology. We see it advancing, and we see how it changes big game management and how the perspective views hunting, or how the public views hunting. So I want to be part of that conversation and be able to maybe be a conservative voice and also a voice on the other end, as weird as that sounds, but I ran the traditional bow hunters for a lot of years, so I have a lot of people who've talked to me about their concerns with technology encroaching. And on the other end, like I said, my clients, my customers, they are talking to me about, you know, they all want everything allowed because they want to be able to buy their way in. And I'd like to see our opportunity continue without having to make $1 million a year in order to afford to hunt. My kids, particularly as everybody else, I've got 2, not 3. But I want my kids to be able to enjoy the same opportunities I do.
Kevin Rogers, Post Falls, Idaho. I'm practicing veterinarian up there. I moved to Idaho 35 years ago in pursuit of greater opportunity for hunting big game from Oklahoma, where everything's private land, and here I was blown away by the access and opportunity to hunt anywhere almost that you could get your horse or your feet. And I've started out traditional archery muzzleloader. Somewhere along the way, I got confused and learned how to shoot long range and competed all over the West in field sniper matches and took those skills to the field and went from being a poor hunter to a really successful one. And so that perspective is guiding me in my efforts to preserve opportunity for future generations to hunt Idaho as I was able to do when I was moved here.
You call it high precision?
Precision rifle, sniper field matches where you turn around and play army, so they'll be shooting back at you.
PRS.
Well, it's law.
It's a term that I don't know.
Precision rifle shooting.
Okay,
Yeah.
I told you I worked on the Dvorak elk working group and doing introductions around the room the very first day. Somebody that didn't enunciate very carefully said something about brow tines, and I had no idea what he was talking about. Brow tines, and so I wrote it down, and I don't know what that is. So, at any rate, sometimes I don't know what you know.
You're standing below some.
Did you put it in?
And my mind, you know, I'm thinking about fine drawing fork, right? And I'm thinking about these forks coming out of your eyebrows. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah. Yes.
My name is Cal Sampson, and I'm, man,
Cal?
Cal, T-A-L,
Okay.
not O-W-E-L. Right? Hunting has dominated my life for half a century, and I'm just gonna throw myself under the bus. I'm probably responsible for this, and I represent a group that wrote the letter Beyond the Flight Zone. I shoot a 300 Ultra Mag, so I've used every single weapon. There's over a dozen of us, my group, that are long range shooters and long range hunters. My group, my culture, over the last 50 years in Pocatello, it looks a lot like this room. One of the guys that I work with, Randy Budge, which you were introduced to, was a big game commissioner, and he was responsible for taking a lot of the archery and muzzleloader equipment down a notch. I hated it. That was 30 years ago. I hated it. And I was against, you get inlines were given to us 1985, and then all of a sudden fishing game says you can't. So if anything, the Idaho Fish and Game, I sent 27 letters out to several states, and none of them were knocking any hunters. It was just technology. And can we find a boundary? Because all sports have them. Nobody in this room can argue that our playing ground, it's getting smaller, their habitat. Sage hens, somebody brought them up. Long range technology, better equipment, things like that didn't wipe out the sage hens. So this is really, really complicated. But some of the fear from my group, which participate in that methodology, is we don't want the public. If you ask, 285 million people in the United States, what they think about long range shooting or what they think about drones or thermal imaging, they're just not gonna know. It's almost like if you were in the Army talking about civilians. Someday they may know. I'm concerned. I'm concerned that the culture is going one way, and the 1,000-yard shooters are the ones that are kind of driving that. And I do a lot of discussion with young kids just within my work. And I keep hearing nobody's ever asked me that, talked about fair chase or talked about a boundary or distance. So, but I think fair chase, somebody over here brought it up. I think no matter who the experts are, most of those explanations on fair chase, I understand that they're afraid because something as passionate as hunting becomes very dogmatic in the room. Myself, I'll try not to be, but the interpretation of that can be seen on both sides. It's not clear. It's left open-ended and ambiguous. Those are some things that we need to kind of look at because there is no clear-cut answer. They got up there, but everybody in my group, I guarantee you, will work with the group, and we accept whatever this group comes up with for the good of the group, because this is a good thing. These guys, to go to the fishing game, let them look at a letter that's highly debatable. I'll tell you this, no other state got back to me. Utah's doing a lot to really, you know, if you don't get a hold of this, it's just fair warning for all of us. If we don't get on top of it. So I think we all want to get on top of it regardless of what it is. But I'm just one of you, one of you guys, gals, I'm one of you. I don't want my equipment taken away from me. And Randy Budge said, hunters will never agree with taking equipment away or restrictions. So this is really difficult, but we will be malleable. We'll listen to everybody and I intend to learn by listening to everybody.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. My name is Jason Thought, born and raised Idaho native, fourth generation. I have 3 kids. I like to hunt and I want to keep my kids hunting as long as possible and their kids going on. I'm an avid houndsman, trapper, archery hunter, rifle hunter. I do the long range. I feel like if it can be done, we're gonna do it, right? That's the way I am. If it can be hunted, I'm gonna hunt it. If it can be trapped, I'm gonna trap it. That's how I roll, but I'm also handicapped. So there's a few things that come with handicap that I wanted to make certain that I was on this group or try to be on this group. To see what these types of restrictions are gonna be when you start talking about fair chase. Fair chase for some may not be the same for somebody with a disability. So I wanted to be able to step up and have those conversations and look at it. You know, some people out there don't like the 1,000-yard shooters. I am a 1,000-yard shooter, and then I have other folks that help me go get the animal because I can't get there. I can't walk on an even ground. I can't feel my legs, can't feel my arms. I will be paraplegic before I die. So it's something that it holds dear to me that I want to try and keep moving for future generations. There's things like, when you're looking at archery hunting, some people need to use a crossbow. You know, you have people that can't control their limbs. They can't control things if they can't see it or feel it, but yet they still want to be out there and do it. So I wanted to be somebody that could actually step up and keep those kind of things on the table. This technology's a slippery slope. I feel when it comes to hunting, you give an inch, they take a mile. So I want to make certain that I was here to do my part and try and keep as much of the technology as possible that we can use. That's beneficial for us and beneficial for handicap hunters as well. And let's see what I can do about reducing out-of-state tax.
Thank you.
Everybody.
That's a parking lot topic.
Do you want me to write it down?
I'll write it in.
Okay. What did you say?
Out-of-state tags.
Oh. I think that's outside the conditions. Oh.
I think that lies beyond the scope of this.
Yeah.
That's a big topic. Good topic.
But I can direct you to another working group if you're interested in listening to. That is also addressing that topic, so we can chat during the break.
Sounds good.
I got 2 hands up that.
Go ahead.
All right, I'm Dustin Webster, I'm from Chalice, I've been described as an old man in new skin. I definitely do believe that hunting is more of an instinct against intelligence as opposed to technology. I'm not against new technology, especially in some cases where some people just can't get to the mountain. Some people can't make it up to there. That's what I'm here for, is to try to find a balance to where we can keep it to. I have friends, I have family that are unable to make it to a mountain and do whatever we can to do there, but keep it balanced where we can still hunt every year. I'm not opposed to 1,400-yard shots, but I do believe that's led to, minus winters, a very large reduction in trophy class animals in the state over the last 5 years, barring 2016 and 2022, and such as eastern Idaho. But that's the main reason I'm here, is to keep hunting more along the lines of, I guess, animalistic, if you will. A little bit more on the historic side of hunting, not necessarily just to go out and to kill the biggest, the best, and the most beautiful, but to harvest an animal, be able to use the animal and sustain a family for future use, my girls, my grandgirls, etc.
Okay, thank you. You wanted, right?
Yeah, I can go. Matt Ward from Eastern Idaho, Idaho Falls. So I'm a helicopter pilot. I work for the INL, security police officer out there. So I use a lot of technology out there in different ways. But I've been a houndsman for 30 years. I'm in the hound presidency for the Eastern Idaho Houndsman Association. We like going to all the meetings. We like seeing the different opinions and looking at the traditions. I know it's kind of that last frontier in a lot of ways. We've got a lot of wilderness areas, really like taking the youth out into the wilderness, teaching them how to trap, track, and hunt from traditional to marksmanship and rifles. So it's a big thing for a family and for the youth. We got to get them off. Our youth really love technology. Can't get them off the couch, right? So that's a hard thing. So what do we got to do to keep that for our youth and that next generation? And that's the biggest key we have also. I mean, as dads, we want to teach them, but a lot of people aren't teaching those ethics. But we're losing that next generation. And so that's the key, is finding that balance, like we're talking about. Get the youth in the woods, but still get them out there off their phones, right? So they don't need certain items to do that, but it's just getting them into the woods.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Jeremiah Manning from Albion, Idaho, born and raised in Idaho, been hunting my entire life. Retired military after 20 years. I do a lot of competition shooting and building guns and develop my own cartridges. So I do PRS, the NRL 22 and EOR. So we're going up to 2 miles constantly. My kids also do that kind of competition stuff with me, so I train them. They hate math. So that was my way to get them to enjoy math. Just type it in their phone or whatever, there's a lot of math involved. So that's my way to get them to enjoy math. But we use those skills to go hunting. We all enjoy hunting. But at the same time, there's ethics involved here. There's a lot of factors when you're shooting long range that most people don't see. And how to use the equipment appropriately, from parallax to see mirage shifts and winds and things like that. And then terminal ballistics when the bullet hits the animal. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm teaching my kids on my shooting. So I prefer to do a 200-yard shot, but if I have to do a 1,600-yard shot, I've got the skill set to do so. My youngest daughter, 13, dropped her out almost 1,400 yards with one shot, and it was dead on its feet in a few minutes. Both lungs. So those are the things that I like to do, and I don't want that technology taken away. It'd be quite frankly, after working in the government for 20 years, I don't need any more government telling me how to live my life and how I should go take animals. So I just don't want to lose anything that we already have. Some stuff, thermals and stuff like that, drones, it's not even fair at that point, 100%. Unless you're doing predators where you have to kill it off if they're attacking cattle or things like that. So that's just a little bit about me.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Johnson from Kellogg, Idaho. And when I first saw the working group advertised to apply for it, the thing that intrigued me the most were both topics, advanced technology and hunting, but the fair chase aspect of it. I was a wildlife biologist with the Forest Service. I've retired now, 35-year career, and advocating for wildlife's been a part of my whole adult life. So personally, I feel really strongly about fair chase and things. And because of ethics, sportsmanship, and following the rules. That's a big part of it, in my eyes. And that's the Boone and Crockett definition. But so I'm just really interested, because I know there's a lot of pressures on wildlife. The habitat, things going on in habitat, climate, weather, there's lots of hunters, out-of-state hunters how many, for the units and things like that, roads, all of that comes into play. And, got a background, worked with the Forest Service for so many years on wildlife and that, so I'm just really looking forward to delving into this. Learning more about the advanced technology and trying to figure out how we can make hunters successful and still have fair chase.
No. But I'm keeping an eye on people.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Bryce Oldemeyer, born and raised in Idaho, spent my entire life hunting and fishing since I could pretty much stand and walk. Floated around Moscow, Kuski, McCall, spent 4 or 5 years in East Idaho and Ashton, now up in Chalice, where I've been the last 4 or 5 years with my wife. Hunted pretty much everything you can in Idaho, from upland to big game, pretty much using any method out there. Recently, last couple of years, gone into long range shooting because it's fun, not necessarily because I want to go out and shoot animals at long ranges, but if I can be that much more efficient or effective at 200, 300, 400 yards and have the confidence to have a really good shot, make a good clean kill. That's what I really enjoy. It is really fun shooting rocks at like 1200 yards too. Like, I enjoy shooting rocks. So I guess I was really interested in being involved in this one because I love hunting and I love Idaho. And I think it's the opportunities here are really unique. And these discussions will be really interesting with a really diverse group of folks with different backgrounds and different perspectives on things that dig into kind of the philosophical side of things, as well as the management and model implications of like, well, we're more effective at shooting animals, presumably there's going to be less opportunities for tag permits, and there's repercussions for things we recommend. So there's trade-offs to everything. So being able to be in the discussion with a great group of people seemed like a really cool opportunity. So excited to be here.
Thank you. I didn't even finish here. Okay.
Doug Talbot is my name. I live in Idaho Falls. The CPA, public accounting there, which works out okay. It's a busy season of my job, doesn't conflict with hunting season, mostly. But I have 5 daughters. My favorite thing on earth is to be in outdoors with them and my family, and we're pretty involved doing that. And I guess that's one of my most important things, is being able to continue to have opportunities to hunt them and their opportunities down the road, and hunt with family and those kind of things, kind of traditions that we had growing up here. Grew up in Idaho. I decided I wasn't gonna apply for the committee. I didn't have plans to. I think when, it was announced it was gonna happen, a lot of friends and co-workers, things like that had different opinions on it. And I think instantly everybody was kind of on one end or the other of, what they felt like needed to happen. And in a lot of talks, I think I just felt like a lot of their ideas scared the heck out of me. For what, and I guess I felt like, man, I don't want, and they had all applied for it. I said, I don't want any of them representing. So I guess at the end of the day, I felt like I've taken with every method, like a lot of people, and I felt like I had a better point of view than a lot of them did. So I guess that's what really drove me to the podcast.
Thank you.
Jeff Schultz, I'm from Pocatello, and I'm an engineer out of the Idaho National Lab. Been hunting a lot of years, been Idaho all my life, veteran. I guess one of the main reasons that I was interested in applying was that, I see the technology changes, and obviously not everyone can be successful hunting. They're just not the resources. Over the years, I've seen those resources change and seem to change in a negative way. that the opportunities, the areas to hunt, they all seem to be diminishing, and the strain on the resources has gotten higher and higher. And I think there's a time and place for practically any of the technology, but I think that it needs to be really considered how it's used. And, you know, I think that we'd all agree that if every one of us had access to all the technology that's out there and we utilized it, obviously the resources would be gone. You know, we just can't all be successful, and for the most part, this technology tends to make us more successful. And that's, I think, why people go to it. And so it really needs to be managed.
Thank you.
My name is Chelsea. I am a lifelong Idahoan. I grew up here. My family's from East Idaho, but I've lived all over the place. I typically shoot muzzleloader or trap bow, not well at either. But I've also got quite a bit. I guess professionally, I have a master's in sage-grouse. I heard people talking about sage-grouse. I was the former director of remote sensing and research and development at an aerial research company that specialized in wildlife surveys. So I have had to rebuild an augmented reality system in the Arctic doing polar bears. I've counted grouse. And I love technology. I love open data. I love accessibility, but I also love what I do in the outdoors. And I think there is a dance you have to live with that. And so I am really excited to be here and look at the process and the evolution of technology and how that plays a role in both harvesting and hunting, but also fair chase, safety, and accessibility. I have a cousin that hunts disability tags every year because he had a brain tumor, and it's our favorite bonding activity, and it needs to stay that way. So yeah, I know the trajectory of technology. NASA just opened up a bunch of GitHub repositories so you can 3D print spectroradiometers and do some cool science, and it's all there and it's all accessible, but it might not have a role in what we do. So I think I bring a good mix of technical know-how and cultural buy-in to the hunting scene here.
Thank you. I was straightening that way. See them all.
Tim Frost from Boise, Idaho, husband and father of one daughter, almost 3 years old, who really enjoys going on duck hunts at this point with me. We haven't gone any further than that. But I'm an archery guy through and through, compound. I love any type of nerdy conversation around archery, from arrow weights to bow poundage, absolutely everything in between. I'm a pharmacist. My background is actually a lot in Idaho politics. I ran the Division of Occupational and Professional Licenses in Idaho, which has the Outfitter and Guides Licensing Board. Was formerly Chief of Staff for the Attorney General. And I was interested in joining this work group because in Idaho, we've got it special. We have a constitutional right to hunt, fish, and trap, and I want to keep it that way. And I've been arm in arm with the attorneys at Idaho Fish and Game, and I recognize how hard they work against people who have come to consensus that they don't want anything of what we have whatsoever. And so I think the important part of this working group is us coming to consensus and agreeing of as hunters from various different backgrounds support proposed technology. However, it comes in that we have to self-regulate, like Teddy Roosevelt showed us with the Lacey Act, or the people on the opposite side of this will take everything. And so that's why I'm here today, and don't have a ton of opinions on technology, but here to listen and happy to help.
Nice to meet you all. My name is Larry Hatter. Idaho County resident for 41 years. Like all of you, I'm a lifer in the outdoors. My family loves it. And everyone lives it, from duck hunting to hound hunting to trapping to big game. I mean, it's just, that is life. That is life for our family and our friends. I've been extremely blessed to live here. I've been out there guide for 25 years. In Idaho, I have a burger business in Alaska. And I just feel so blessed that I got to do what I love for a living, and I want to give back at this point in what I have. The most important thing to me is that I have a 6-month-old son and a 1.5-year old nephew. I want to believe that when I leave this world, that they will be enjoying what we all are doing. That, you know, we won't be leaving it as less than we found it. I don't believe that I'm here just as myself. I feel like kind of I'm here for all the people in my town in Idaho County. I make it a point to speak with at least one person every time I go to town, somebody different, and talk to them about technology and how they feel about it, and what their fears and what they want. Something palpable in our area is that they fear that technology might be starting to outrun the game a little bit. And I haven't made my mind up on anything yet. I mean, just listening to everyone here, how passionate they are about what they do. You know, the last thing that I want to do when I leave this room is feel like I've negatively affected someone, doing something big about it. You know, there will be ripples with every decision that we make. I would like to keep them as small as possible, because the last thing we want to be doing is taking what people love. I can't imagine what I would feel like if someone said, "Oh, my son can't go hunting today." You know, I can't sign on to that. However, that being said, there is a bit of a fear, like I said, the technology might be outrunning us a little bit, and we may lose some of our, you know, hunting opportunities because of it. The people that I talk to will accept and sign on to maybe some common sense middle ground. I don't want to say restrictions, but just some common sense ideas to maybe govern technology, if it means that they still get to hunt, take their children out every year, experience it, you know, show those children that love that they've had. You know, so it's a very, very touchy subject, but I'm hoping we find some middle ground to where we keep doing what we love, our children can do what we love, but we also take care of the game in the process.
Thank you. Why is it gone? Is there, we got one on the phone, I mean, on the Zoom. Yeah. Yeah. Nicole.
Hey, can everyone hear me? Fantastic. I have been out at elk camp for about 2.5 weeks and was supposed to be home by now. And we keep running into challenges, the most recent of which is 2 flat tires with the spares already spent since we've been out here so long. So I appreciate being brought in by Zoom today. I am a lifetime Idaho resident, 5th generation here. My great-grandparents hunted, my grandparents, my parents, now me. And like most people that I've heard in the room today, I want to find a way to balance technology and the ability to continue using technology with the opportunity to continue hunting, as so many of us have grown accustomed to being able to do, and the passions that we have for that. And I think it's going to be a hard conversation, but as somebody else had said earlier today, as technology advances and progresses, we become more efficient in that success. And in that efficiency of success, we're reducing herd numbers. And so somewhere in there, we have to balance that technology moving forward and the opportunity to get out there and hunt the way that we have all developed that passion. And my background is in Idaho politics. I was a legislative liaison for a group of Idaho farmers and ranchers. And there was all sorts of interesting opposition to a lot of those things. And so working with those opposition groups, with the legislature, and then with the farmers and ranchers that we represented was an interesting process and something that I really enjoyed. And then now I'm an attorney currently for the city of Twin Falls, where I reside. And prior to that was a natural resource specific attorney, where I worked with federal, state, local, and tribes in a variety of manners, whether that was relicensing of hydroelectric plants and looking at Andromeda's fish numbers, but I'm really being involved with a lot of different perspectives and coming to a resolution that maybe not everybody wanted at the outset, but that worked for them when we were able to conclude, because, you know, in the end, we all have kind of the same goal. So that's why I signed up for this today. And I'm going to keep my camera off if that's okay. I think my cell reception is not the greatest, so I think that might help. But that's me.
Thank you for joining us today. It's nice to hear that you're really there. Last call, did everybody speak? I wasn't keeping score, so we want you in the room. Okay, great. Thank you so much. And we are, where are we? Practical matters. Oh, yes.
Can I interject something?
Yeah.
There's a bunch of other people in the room.
Oh.
Who is?
Oh, okay. What?
Oh, okay.
Next part.
Sorry.
We're on the same
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So on that note, we would love.
Who are those people?
The staff in the room to present themselves, and then Wendy, if you want to just explain what fishing games role is in the group, as far as ex officio, just so that way everyone's on the same page. But again, my name is Ellie Tucker Williams. I am the Legislative and Community Engagement Coordinator for the Idaho Department of Fish and Game. A little bit of background on myself. I am a lifelong sportswoman. I grew up in Washington State, hunting mostly birds and fishing for salmon. Bebopped around a lot with education and careers. Because was an adult onset big game hunter, and have thoroughly very much enjoyed myself in that. I've had a very successful season so far. So it's been really good.
Adult onset.
Yeah.
Hunting,
Yeah.
that's a new term for me.
Yeah.
I think I understand.
Big game hunter, we did the birds, but now we're doing the bigger ones. So this is a topic that in my former job with the Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation was, something that wasn't just something that Idaho was dealing with. This is a national discussion. And it varies by state. I mean, you know, what happens in Idaho and the things that we do in Idaho look a lot different from what happens in Maryland, and those resources are different and the landscape is different. And so this is a national conversation, but something that must be handled on a state level. And so I'm just very excited that everyone is here willing to have that conversation with us and go on this journey with us. So with that, just want to give your.
Sure, I'm Chris Robinson, I'm the active liaison here at Fishing Game. I'm here to try to keep all this working, right? I'm an Idaho native, I grew up in McCall. I fished a lot when I was young. I also have 3 kids, I'm gonna join the 3-kid group. So I have 3 daughters, my oldest just went up to U of I this year. Spend a lot of time in the outdoors, and that's what kind of grew to the agency.
Well, yeah, I introduced myself before, I'm Jim Frederick's director. Just for the record, I did grow up in Idaho, hunting, fishing, trapping, and this is all of obviously professionally great interest to me, of course, as it is outside of Idaho, but personally as well.
Hello, everybody. Greg Wooten. I'm the Enforcement Bureau Chief here at Idaho Department of Fish and Game. Homegrown. I grew up in the Magic Valley. I'm from Kimberly. 30 years military service, parallel with my service here. So I'm happy to be here. I've hunted and fished my whole life, so just like you all, this is very near and dear to my heart, and you have a big task ahead of you. So glad you're here.
I'll stand up because I'm kind of short. My name's Megan Goose. I was born and raised in Chalice. I have been a conservation officer in the Magic Valley for 18 years. I'm just here to provide some kind of enforcement perspective on some of the technologies that we're seeing in the field and how that kind of plays, what that looks like from an enforcement perspective. Glad you guys are all here. I too have been hunting, since I was like, and fishing since I could walk, I think. I caught my first stillhead at 2 years old, so, my dad helped pull most of the time. Glad you guys are here. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help.
Roberta Jones, I am the financial manager here at Idaho Fish and Game. I have been in Idaho for a few decades but was born in Eastern Colorado. There, don't blink. I'm here to kind of go over expense reports that you all will be submitting because you're traveling and you have expenses that the agency will cover. Also, fun note is I just harvested my first buck a couple weeks ago, so. We're taking a story feedback and I have pictures later.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Toby Boudreau. I am the deer and elk coordinator here at Idaho Fish and Game. I have been a hunter for 51 years. I've been a wildlife biologist for 33 years, and half of my life was spent in Alaska. So I worked in Alaska and moved to Idaho about 20 years ago. I'm a hunter ed, trapper ed instructor. And I've also delivered to the commission over the past almost decade technology topics to them. So I'm the Wildlife Bureau representative to this group, and if you have any questions, be glad to.
And you'll be here at almost all the meetings. Yeah, okay.
So just for the group knowledge, Toby, Greg, and myself will be at all of the meetings, will be your Fish and Game constants. Other folks will kind of come and go if we need them to, or depending on topics, but us three will be your constants throughout this process.
So they're not at the tables, you are. This is your discussion, but we want to make sure that you have the information you need so that you can deliberate in an informed manner. So they're ex officio, which means they don't vote. So when we move to consensus, they will not be participating in that decision-making process. But if you stray into areas that are beyond the scope, I might not recognize that, and I'm gonna rely on them to recognize if you've gone too far in a direction, so. Okay,
Here to be supportive, provide technical expertise, experience, and perspective, and help inform your discussions, but these discussions are very much yours.
and so you were also gonna talk about.
Bunch of fun stuff.
Yeah, okay.
Awesome. So first, Roberta can get out of here, because she's got some deer she's got to process at home. She's gonna go over the reimbursement forms that you each also have in the packet in front of you.
So Ellery has emailed you this form. I think you all have a copy of it on your tables as well. This is just a very simple form that we will utilize to document any travel expenses that you incur. Sounds like on 3 trips that are gonna bring you here to this office. Now, those of you who are in the Treasure Valley, yours will look a lot simpler than the majority of the folks here because you will not be in travel status necessarily to get per diem rates, etc. But you will be eligible for mile reimbursements. So the most important thing here is for you to complete the dates, the time you left your home station, meaning your home address, and when you returned home, as well as signing this document. If you have any hotel receipts and you're seeking reimbursement for that, please seek reimbursement for that. This is part of our obligation to you. We will need copies of those receipts for source documents. If you have an airfare, that as well. If you have a rental car, please include all of that in there. Ellery will be the one that will collect this from all of you. You can bring it to the next meeting, you can email it to her, or you could just mail it in as well. Okay,
Preferably email.
actually, please just email it, that would be great.
Snail mail, it gets lost sometimes.
Yes,
so.
it
You have
does.
the ability to scan, right?
Yeah, if you have the ability to scan. Also, fun fact, since we're talking about technology, everyone usually has a cell phone. You can just take a picture of this and text it in or email it in as well. We're not particular about, just as long as we can read it. A couple of things we've already filled out, your destination address, which is this location. It's always gonna be this location. Okay, so that'll be great. If you can just provide your home address, we will base your mileage off of that. And we can look up a Google map, because we have to have that requirement for state travel policies that we live under. Let's see, what else is there?
One form per meeting.
Yes, please expect that you will be submitting 3 of these separately, right? So per event that occurs, it needs to all be separate. If you have any question, Ellery is your gal. You can also reach me maybe. or-
If you have any questions, reach out to me, and then I probably won't be able to answer it, so I'll probably shift you over to Liberta, but just for ease of communication, I'll be your main point of contact.
Perfect. So just a couple of things, 0.67 cents per mile is the reimbursement rate, so, it can add up, especially if you're driving, you know, a couple hundred miles here every time. Any meals that are provided during these meetings will be excluded from your per diem rate. As you can imagine, we don't want to double dip, those kinds of things, and we are very transparent for the public when it comes to this kind of stuff. Any questions about this form or the process or the reason why we need you to do this? Some of you might say, well, I'm not going to seek reimbursement. That is fine, but I still will need you to fill out this form and just put on here, I am not seeking reimbursement. And if you're already going to fill out the form and sign it and send it in, you might as well get your riches, okay? It's important, but if you do choose not to accept that, just please indicate that that is just fine and that's your right. Okay, I think it's me.
Any questions for Liberta before she runs home?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Congrats.
Real quick, Roberta.
Thank you, yes.
So I only have to drive like 20 miles to get here. Is that even worth you guys' time to process the paperwork?
It is worth our time to
Okay,
process the
like-
paperwork.
I don't need reimbursement, so I don't wanna cause you more headache than,
So
if it's more headache to not do it.
you're in Napa, isn't
Yeah.
that right? Isn't that what you said? Auditors are a funny group of people. I would just rather side on the caution, that caution side, just to turn it in, just so we can have all our ducks in a row.
Thank you.
Okay, but thank you. I appreciate that. We got this down to a science, so we can manage.
Road
Don't-
trip coffee
yeah.
money.
What's it?
Road trip coffee money for the.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, just a couple of things, because I feel like these questions will come up. Once you turn it in, you can probably expect 45 days for payment. Please cash the warrants, we call them warrants, they're checks, please cash the check. Because if it sits on your counter, gets lost, and 2 years go by, we have to report it to unclaimed property, that is where it costs the state a little bit more money, so go cash the checks. We'll probably send out a reminder just saying, hey, we didn't receive an expense report or some kind of form from you. Ellery can help us with that. Just know we're just trying to keep all of our ducks in a row and keep the auditors happy. Okay? Yes.
Is this just for each meeting, or do we wait until March when this is over and do it all at once?
I would suggest doing it after the meeting and after your travels have concluded. It's gonna be fresh in your mind. We can be more proactive on it. You can wait till March, but I wouldn't recommend it. I'm a procrastinator as well. I get it, but I think that if you do it after your first meeting and turn it in for the next meeting, I think that would be the most efficient. But I won't ding you if you wait till March. Right?
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Perfect. All right, so I'm gonna go over some housekeeping things, for the group, things that we have to go over. I'll do as quick as possible. Lunch has been delivered, so I'll go through this as quickly as possible, so I would not stand between y'all and your food. So first and foremost, because this is a group that forwards recommendations onto the commission, which is a decision-making body, we are required to adhere to open meetings law. So I'm gonna go through, script more or less that was provided by our attorneys. Kathleen Trevor was supposed to be here, but, some things came up and she was unable to attend, so she was kind enough to kind of write down the things for me to share with you all. So I'm just gonna read this to explain what open meeting law is and kind of what that means for the group. So Idaho has an open meeting law to promote transparency of our government. This law requires the opportunity for the public to observe meetings of governing bodies that make decisions or recommendations to Idaho public agencies. It also requires giving advance notice of meetings and agendas to the public and restricts adding new items to the agenda at the last minute or during a meeting. The department has posted HAT committee meeting notices and agendas on our website and Town Hall Idaho websites, which post information for all Idaho agency public meetings. The HAT committee's purpose is to make recommendations to the Fish and Game Commission, which is the 7-member commission appointed by the governor. The department will conduct HAT committee meetings so they follow Idaho open meetings law. That's why all of our meetings will be streamed via Zoom for the public, and any in-person meetings that we have will also be open to interested members of the public to be able to attend in person if they so choose and would like to. To avoid violating open meeting law, HAT committee members should only engage as a group during scheduled meetings. This means individual members should not be emailing or texting the rest of the group on an issue that's before the committee or scheduling meetings independently from the department. Those discussions need to occur during the public meetings that Fish and Game schedules for the committee. That doesn't mean you can't, again, go out and talk with members of the public. That is specific to members of this group. The size of the HAT committee, 24 individuals, means that a small number of members does not qualify as a governing body under Idaho open meeting law. However, to promote public transparency, the department asks members to be thoughtful about side communications involving a few committee members and to discuss issues that may be the subject of committee recommendations in scheduled meetings. And as mentioned earlier, we are recording the meetings and these will be posted online for public transparency as well. So anyone that can't tune in while we're live streaming, we'll also have them on the website so they can view them at a later date. Or folks in this room want to go back and revisit some things that were said or think about it, those will be available as well. So, questions on open meetings laws? Clear as mud?
I make special note of we can't change the agenda, put new topics on the agenda. I'm glad she wrote that up.
Yes,
Is the Zoom meeting audio and video?
yes.
Okay.
This is an owl. This thing here, and so
Second
they can
right
see us in this room.
Okay.
It like spins the camera, whoever's.
It's kind of weird.
Technology.
Technology.
Yeah.
Meeting technology.
So the Zoom is available live,
Yes,
okay, and it's accessible on the Fish and Game website?
yes. So on the Fishing Game website, we have a HAT working group web page, which is basically a one-stop shop for all things HAT related. There is where all of your bios are that you submitted, as well as photos. There's also going to be where we post the agendas. It's also where there is a Zoom link for any members of the public to be able to access this meeting as well. And then I'll also go into it in a few minutes, but we also have our public engagement or our public feedback form that is available there as well. So anyone who wants to submit comments to this group can do so there as well as some other places. So we'll go into that a little bit more, but you just go Google Idaho Hunting and Advanced Technology Working Group. It's like the first thing that pops up and it has everything that you need there. And additional, we'll put minutes as well as that's where the recordings will live in one-stop shop for all things related to this group.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, sir. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that you've got a vision for meeting number 3 is Fair Chase. Is that like posted online already, like which meeting is gonna be prioritized for which topics, or because of the rule of not adding things to the agenda, will they be posted X number of days before the
Correct.
anticipated meeting? Okay.
Correct. So, we have the first 3 meetings fairly well scheduled out. This one is gonna be focused primarily from hearing from different state agencies, on kind of how they're dealing with this topic. The next one, general gist, is going to be hearing from, the hunting technology industry folks. And then the following meeting will be, again, just gist and things. We'll be, talking to hunting organizations that focus on fair chase. So that's the gist of things, and then after that, kind of see where things
Roll up
go.
our sleeves and work.
Yep, and then we start really diving into conversations.
Rock on, thank you.
You're very welcome. Yes, sir.
So is there kind of a structure that we follow for this sort of thing? It seems a little abstract to me at the moment.
Structure in what way?
You know, the approach that's taking for these working groups, as, you know, so that we can stay on track and.
That's what Wendy's for.
Okay.
Wendy keeps us on track. That's why we
I
have.
mean, like an outline or something of that nature.
They have a way of developing themselves. But knowing what really have to be done is really my guiding, you know, I know we have to be done by the end of March, so. We've talked a little bit about how to go about that, but it's all mostly about you all.
So it is squishy.
No, absolutely.
Mhm.
Okay.
My first Sage Grouse local working group took 7 years. They sent a request for proposals out and said 6 months, and I was like, I don't think so, but I'm hoping, well, we are gonna produce what we can produce in the amount of time that's available to us.
Well, in 6 years, everything's gonna change. Next year,
Well,
we'll
and
talk about something else.
that's an interesting concept for you to think about, right? That the technology is gonna keep changing,
Sure.
so, okay, it's
So-
lunchtime.
One
So,
more thing I wanna go through just for the group, before I get to lunch. So, again, because of the interest that we've had in this group, again, over 750 people apply to be on this group. Lots of folks are interested, lots of folks wanna know what's going on. So we wanted to have a multi-pronged approach to involving the public in this greater conversation. So this is a big part of it, but it's not the only part of it. So in order to be able to make sure that the public has ample opportunities to engage in this, even if they aren't necessarily on this group, we have different things I want to explain, not only to you folks in the room, but also to folks that might be watching that might be unhappy that they aren't on the group also. So not only do we have this working group, which obviously everyone here is aware of, but we are also going to be putting out a survey to random hunters, a random sample of hunters, to establish a general baseline of how Idaho hunters feel about technology, fair chase, and the relationship between the two. This is gonna be very high level. The point of this working group is to dive into the details and to dive into the nitty gritty, because we need to be able to have these conversations in order to do that. This survey is basically going to be establishing high level where our hunting public feels on these different topics. And that information will be presented during the 4th meeting to you all to help guide discussions and to provide a little bit more information of a broader group of people. So that's just something to look forward to, just to be aware of, that will be coming out also. As I mentioned earlier, on our HAT webpage on the Fish and Game website, we also have the public feedback form, which is live for anyone that is interested in submitting comments to this group about this topic. Those comments will be sent to me. I will coalesce all of them all together and then give them out to you all before every meeting. And then ahead of every meeting, or excuse me, at the beginning of every meeting, I will also provide a summary of those comments. So you can have the summary that basically obviously provides the general gist of what was received, but you will also be given the comments verbatim so you can read through them as you please. And then as was mentioned earlier, these recommendations go to the commission. Should the commission agree to then send them through the rules making process, in the rules process, the public will also have a public opportunity to comment on the exact language changes. So that's another opportunity for members of the public to comment on what is the result of this group before those changes can be incorporated. And then last, or not last, we also have our regularly scheduled commission meetings where members of the public are welcome to submit comments to their commissioners, as well as show up at those meetings and provide testimony on this as well. next commission meeting is next week in Salmon. And all that information is also on the website, so that's another way for folks to engage on this topic as well. And then last but certainly not least, as was said, once we go through this process, goes to the commission directs us to make rulemaking, we go through the rulemaking process, and then that, whatever comes of that goes to the legislature for approval. There's also a final comment opportunity at the legislative level for members of the interested public to submit their support or opposition or whatnot. So all this is to say, this is a large part of the discussion, but not the only one. So any of your folks that reach out to you in your official capacities as members of this group, you can relay that information to them as well, that there's lots of opportunities, and highly encourage them to seize those opportunities as they see fit. Yes, sir.
Will they have a commission meeting up in Bonner County, Bonner boundary?
So our commission meetings rotate around the state. In this next meeting, we will be setting the commission schedules for 2025. So we will have one in Region 1. I'm not entirely sure where that has been set or if we have that set yet.
Thanks for the question. We've shifted to we used to go to different towns throughout the state, which was very nice. But now we broadcast all of our commission meetings live stream, and it's really challenging to do that outside of our regional offices. So for now, going forward, our process is that we have the commission meetings around the state, but in our regional offices, which of course produce Coeur d'Alene.
All right, thank you.
It was mentioned during your presentation earlier several times that the rules are contained in section 8. Is that
Yeah.
correct? Do we have access to, or will we be able to review the existing regulations so that we know what our baseline is?
Yes, so after lunch, we're gonna get a presentation from Chief Wooten here that basically gonna go over what our current regs are related to this topic. Chapter 8 is also available online, but I can put that together as an action item for myself to send to the group as a link, so that way if you want to review the entirety of the chapter, you can do that as well, but we'll also be touching on that question specifically with Chief Wooten's presentation.
Thank you.
Yep.
Now is it lunchtime?
Yes. Okay.
Lunch is over.
So, it's across the hall?
Yep.
Okay. Eat quickly. We won't start before you're ready, but we're a little behind. It's my problem.
Lunch is just straight across the hall.
Derek, how are you? Nice to see you.
All right.
So we are going to launch into, 3 presentations and a add-on. And then, but we're gonna ask you to hold your questions till after all the presentations, if that's okay. You have pieces of paper to write on, right? So, at any rate, with that.
Yeah. You know, for years, we get these complaints every year. Always calling, and using these drones to chase elk. These are very hard to find and detect. Very difficult. In fact, we've never done it. In terms of an officer being able to say, there's a drone and it's chasing out. So it's not easy, you know what I mean? This specific report was about drones being used to move elk off of private property onto another piece of property or public land where they have access to shoot them. So they're just herding them into an area that they want to, so that they can harvest these elk. The only reason that we have this video is because the pilot crashed it on private land that he didn't have access to. And the landowner brought the drone to us and said, you're using this drone, and guess what? I found one. So we got a whole bunch of videos off of this particular drone
all the way back to the test flight in China where they test fluid. So,
Is this footage in Idaho?
Yes.
so everything I'm gonna show you is in Idaho.
Okay.
Because I wanted to do that because, and they're all investigations that we've done. 'Cause you can go online and find these videos all over the place, right? But, so this is stuff that is coming into us, it's reported as illegal, and we're trying to investigate it, and we're trying to get to the bottom of this stuff, so this stuff is all, will always, Idaho. But anyway, so I'm gonna, in a little bit here, we'll get into these proclamations, and we'll get back to what your feelings are on these types of activities. So as soon as it ends, we can go on to the. I love that thing. I could just put it on my, I wonder if it's my screensaver to just keep playing. So, the director got into this just a little bit, and there's been a few questions about it. So, and I know you guys know this, right? Because if you're like me, you've had one of these things in your truck since you were 12, right? So, not trying to insult your intelligence at all, it's just to point out a few things. So, if you go to page 4 of this proclamation. There on the bottom right. That bottom paragraph, information in this brochure summarizes rules and is the official proclamation of the Idaho Fishing Game Commission for the taking of wildlife. And there's the link to the official rules, Jason, I think you were asking about. So if you followed that link, it will take you right to the rules, and chapter 8 is one of them. And I have taken 4 pages out of chapter 8 and laminated it and tucked it in there with this. So that's from the actual administrative rules, which is right here. And the compilation, when it says it's summarized, the information that we're summarizing in this proclamation are coming from Title 36 Fish and Game Code. So that's the state law. We'll look at a few of those here in just a minute. And then that Fish and Game law gives the commission the authority to promulgate rules, right? And the proclamation. So we'll talk a little bit about rules. The proclamation is really where your seasons are, right? When you can hunt, how many you can hunt, whether it's a male or a female. Those are the main charts in here. Everything, all of the rules are summarized. So those are the main, these are the main sources of rules and law that get summarized in this all of the proclamations, depending on what species that you're looking at, right? So go to that next slide. So the evolution of has been mentioned a little bit. I think somebody said 1985, 1986 inline muzzleloaders, right? That was right on. That was one of our first things that popped up, and we worked through that. We're all using inline muzzleloaders, right? Maybe not you. This was another big thing that we started in the 90s with the production and invention of 4-wheel vehicles, and oh my gosh, now they're everywhere. And so the commission established the motorized hunting rule in 2002. We've been using that since. We still look at this every few years to see if it's working and what we're doing. We're doing that this year because it's also in chapter 8. Muzzleloaders is another thing. So my main point is these rules evolve and they do change over time, and they always will. So this is the most recent one, right? Just last year, the muzzleloaders, we've been using all lead bullets for all of our lives on muzzleloader hunts. Now you have the ability to use metal or metal alloy bullets in your muzzleloader hunts. And you can also have your tip on it or your pressure base, right?
Did you say can or can?
You can.
So when I looked at it, said the ballistic tips and the
Pressure
ballistic
base.
chambers you couldn't use.
No, so I'll show you there. It's in
Okay,
the
go ahead.
proclamation. So this is where we were.
Well, yeah.
This is where we were. And then we had some challenges and we started allowing these pressure bases, right? Because you can just take them off.
Yeah.
So that's the interpretation internally of the rules and laws. It starts to get a little gray. So we were here and now we're here. We're still not here. No cerros, salads, however you want to pronounce that, so. All right, so this is the proclamation. So if you go to page 95. So when you get into Idaho code, there's gonna be a lot of references to proclamation. That's what these are. It's not a term that really is used amongst our customers or us, you know, it's the rules, right? It's the regs. It's the regs, right? It's not in code. So I just say that just so if you're reading Idaho code and it says proclamation, that's what this is. So 95 is where you find the rules. The big game rules. So there's several pages there. It starts talking about all the rules. And some of that information is also laminated on those green pages. So we've taken the rules. We can't print all the rules and we can't print all the codes or this thing would be volumes, right? So we've compressed it to what we think customers need, all you guys, when you're out there hunting, so that you can follow the rules. And when it says it's unlawful to on that right column, you go down through those bullets. Some of those are coming from Idaho State Code. And some of them are coming from the Idaho Administrative Act, which is the rules, commission rules, right? So if you look at go down 5 bullets in that, it is unlawful to, and that 5th bullet says, it is unlawful to use any motorized vehicle, including any unmanned aircraft system, to molest, stir up, rally, or drive in any manner, any game, animal, or game bird. So you can make up your own mind on the video that I showed. Whether you think that's legal or not, right? So that's the current rule that we have. Go to. Let's go ahead and watch that other drone video.
Greg, don't they also fall underneath like an airplane?
Yeah,
Drone?
so motorized vehicle, aircraft,
Sure.
yeah, it's a motor. In fact. Yeah, so
That one's
jump
not
out,
vetted.
jump out there too. So a few years ago, so chapter 11 covers the protection of wildlife, and it did say in there that you can't use motorized vehicles. A few years ago, just to clarify, we added into that code unmanned aerial systems, just to make it clear, so that people, when they read the code, they did, well, does that mean a drone? Well, now it's right in there. So. But there's interpretations of what this stuff looks like, right? So if I'm an officer and I have this video and I take it to a prosecuting attorney and I say, here's the code. So you guys are the prosecutors. You just read what the code is.
Does it include gazing off of private ground?
Legal or not legal. So that's, you know, I mean,
The
that's,
words are stir, molest, rally. So it has to fit. For a prosecutor to prosecute that case, they have to prove that the drone stirred, rallied, or molested.
Was that stirred?
Right there.
Like that.
You guys are the jurors.
What
Yeah.
about, almost, actually, more importantly, I don't know the legal severity of this comparatively to game laws, but how about just trespass? If this is not.
yeah, so,
your
so this is the
problem-
technology. It's a whole different conversation. Let's try, I'll try to keep you back. in
And
terms of
that's my question,
technology.
that's my question, is where is that level, where does that threshold begin with trespass?
So trespass includes causing any object to move over somebody's property. So even if you shoot your rifle across somebody's property, that's trespass. Technically, if you're in the creek and you're casting back and that fly goes over somebody's property, that's technically a trespass.
So this would be trespass.
Could be, but let's dial back into the technology, right?
Depends on how high.
And then I would add, you guys had questions about what does enforceable look like? What does it mean?
read those words. If you're on a jury, what does that mean to you? That's enforceable. Can I as an officer prove rally, molest, chase? The words you choose to use sometimes are what make or break our cases, period. The words are very important.
Question, I don't know if it's on topic on this. Obviously, they're terrorizing that elk, right? This is only during hunting season. Is there stuff for people that are doing drones and doing this off season?
So the molest with a motorized vehicle and or drone is not during hunting season. That is a year-round prohibition. You may not molest, rally, stir, chase with motorized.
That's considered the act of hunting.
It is not. It
No,
is
that's
separate
not.
then. So, for example, if I'm a wildlife photographer and I go molest a bear out of a tree because I really want this perfect shot, you're still committing that crime.
But bears are out of scope for this.
Right.
Sorry, you said the B word, said the B word, next.
Alright.
So, let's watch this one, go ahead. There's a hunter in here, so keep your eye out. Yeah. Everybody see him? Yeah. So go to bullet number 4. It is unlawful to hunt big game or game birds from or by the use of any motorized vehicle. So helicopter, airplane, right? Including any
Truck.
unmanned aircraft system. Yeah. So you're the jury. He's
Breaking the
gonna,
law.
yeah.
Well, doesn't that fit under 3 bullets down? Make use of any aircraft, including unmanned aircraft, to locate?
So it also fits under the number 4. You've got a hunter on the ground with a bow, and they're using a drone to move the animals toward the hunter. So I'm totally on board with you. I think
It's a multiple violation.
yeah.
To set up the next set of slides, one thing for you guys to consider is where does the line get drawn? Where is it okay to use a drone and or a helicopter or a plane, and where is it not? That's for you guys to decide.
Well, it seems like.
I'm gonna show you videos.
24-hour rule.
Yeah.
If
Calendar
you're
day.
using it, you can't go into the area for 24 hours.
No, calendar day.
Next
Calendar
calendar.
day. Oh, it's calendar day. It's 24 days.
And I wanna clarify, that rule says you cannot go hunt within a calendar day. It does not say you cannot go out there. So if I am not hunting and I am merely taking a stroll through the woods. Well,
Gets back
that's.
to your- it gets back to your question. Jason.
Because there's a major case going on with something with. a
Which we're not
helicopter
gonna talk
that
about.
We can't talk about, but,
Nope.
yeah, but I know that's big, and it's involved with stuff like this, so that's what I'm.
So there are ways to prove these things. I'm not trying to discourage you, but what I am trying to encourage you to do is consider the words you choose to present to the commission on rules that you may or may not choose to propose. Very, very carefully. This would be why some states have gone to a no scouting rule. Because they don't know where to draw the line.
Otherwise, like, they're gonna go set up a camp, like they fly that drone over the helicopter, they fly it over, right now, they can go. Into that same drainage where that animal is, they can say they're setting up a camp, they're already within range, correct? And that's the verbiage.
Well, so this,
Fix or look at.
this example right here can go either way. It's very hard for, without that video evidence, to prove that violation beyond reasonable doubt. You had to either see it yourself or have a video to show it. So once you show a jury a video like that,
Yeah.
they're in, right? But if all you're doing is describing it and they're describing the other activity they were doing other than hunting, and that we're just, you know what I mean? So it's gray, and it gets back to your enforceability issue in terms of, are these things enforceable or not? These still have to go to a prosecutor. A prosecutor still has to agree that, yes, that is exactly what I see. I see the same thing you do. That's hunting with the aid of a motorized vehicle, and we're gonna charge that.
So prosecute, yeah, still have to charge. So there's a few other things here and keep me on track.
They're tired on it.
So I don't go too.
Somebody's got the adjusted agenda.
Okay.
It's
So-
being adjusted
so
as we
so
go.
eventually-
So I've investigated multiple cases. Yes, some of you are aware of one of them. We are not discussing that case today. Nothing I say is going to be construed to be part of that case necessarily. I mean, it is because it's helicopters, but it's not because I'm not talking about specifics of any case. However, I've investigated multiple. That one seems to have gotten a lot of attention, but I've had several. And the usage of helicopters is I have seen in my 18 years, like 0 use when I started to it's an everyday occurrence now.
Wow.
I'm gonna show you a series of videos based on the law that you're reading. You get to decide whether or not the conduct you see is illegal. And then after that, I would like you to think about whether or not the conduct you see is something you want to be legal. Okay?
It would be in relation to an individual who. What, like, what's the context, I guess?
Yeah.
It's just a video of how somebody is using a helicopter to locate wildlife.
I would say,
So.
so if it,
There's so many factors to it, because I mean,
Correct.
the technology we have for cameras, they could be 5,000 feet in the air. with
I'll
the
tell you, this
camera
is a
looking-
cell phone video. So,
But it's still like.
They're not-
100 times zoom, I can still get good video on it.
correct, so there is,
What's the definition, that's a
The
great, very big
behavioral
gray area.
response of the critter is,
I'm sorry.
the behavioral response of the critter is pretty lackadaisical, like it doesn't. seem-
Well, and that's
It
what I was
doesn't seem to
looking at, is there's
And
no
that's the pictures,
stir
missing
up or
context.
drive, there is the elk camera moving.
yeah, we're getting it.
so,
Let's do one at a time so everyone can hear what being
Okay.
said.
so,
Would the intent play into it?
Not currently in our law, there is no intent.
locate. The next, the 3 bullets down, to locate.
So to locate is,
goal's locate.
the locate is piece 1, piece 2 is hunt the same day.
Same day.
Correct.
So you have to have a violation, you have to have both pieces.
Yes.
Gotcha. As long as you wait till next day.
That's legal.
Oh.
Yeah, as long as they're not in violation of both 4, are they rallying, driving?
so, cause for a landowner to be monitoring their property with a helicopter, this is done all the time.
It's also,
That kind of stuff is done all the time from a totally, what I would consider to be legal aspect of somebody just monitoring their property. And I have a bias there, I'm a forester, so working for people that are monitoring their property with helicopters.
No, I think that's.
And that is completely detached, but that kind of thing happens just because of the nature of wildlife being on your property.
And I think it will continue to happen, so there's
Yes.
this. there's
we're
this-
intentionally showing you a gradient.
Yeah,
So I'm just trying to make a
where's this-
distinction
Where's
here.
this blend, so there's this blend
Yeah.
that occurs all the time, so I showed you the motorized hunting rule
Mhm.
slide. There's a blend there of. He's not hunting, he can legally be up there driving his 4-wheeler.
Yeah.
That's perfectly legitimate.
Yeah.
And I know that ranchers use helicopters to locate their cattle, so there's a blend of.
And I would-
Which it makes it difficult for us in terms of us being able to collect probable cause or evidence that there's actually a crime existing, so. I'm not just trying to discourage you, and we'll talk more about it, because I don't think that should be part of what you're considering in terms, that shouldn't be all of it, right? It's not enforceable, we can't do this, but we're always gonna be challenged with those blends, because you can't use your cell phone here in Idaho, in Ada County, if you're driving down the road. Oh, but you can to answer it and talk. Oh, but it needs to be in a handheld device. So there's this blend of legal versus not legal. Go ahead.
I do like, for this instance, I do know in other states where they are enforcing it, like in Alaska. I've always had problems with people flying in the game. Now it's actually enforceable that you can't fly even a scout.
I mean, even if it's a week ahead of time.
Which,
They're cracking down.
the nice thing about the you can't scout law is it addresses your concern of it doesn't apply to people monitoring their private property, as long as they're not doing it for the purpose of the job.
Yeah.
Right?
Still challenged trying to figure out what they're doing, right? But, so, show them that. In this room, there's probably a difference of opinion in terms of what that means and how that might apply to this.
There we go.
I'm gonna go to the next one. So molest, stir up, rally, drive. You might go to a prosecutor and say, I want to charge this, and he's like, he's just walking across the hill. That doesn't really. He's not molesting it, he's not stirring it up, he's not rallying it, he's not driving. I'm just saying.
And then you get
Somebody
another
could say
prosecutor that says, that's absolutely driving, molesting.
Yeah, we're charging.
You almost have to prove intent.
You don't,
No,
No.
you don't have to prove intent though.
Nope. There is no intent clause in this statute, none whatsoever.
Right, try and-
And when you add an intent.
Yeah.
But I would argue on that video, unless it's an Idaho fishing game biologist with a net gun, what other context do you need? For that video,
What was that? Can you say it again?
unless that helicopter video is shot from an Idaho fishing game helicopter with a net gunner on it. What other context do you really need?
That's molesting.
Subjective, right?
Yeah.
It's subjective, so all things to think about when you start thinking about this, and I will reiterate Megan's comment about it's really, words matter, you know, words matter. Where's it working now? If that's what we wanna do, what's working there? How do we use that?
Seems to me, anything that we do at the end of the day, the more simple we make it and straightforward and clear cut.
I would say simple is nice, but sometimes simple and clear cut do not go together. Sometimes to make it clear cut, you need more words.
Yeah.
As a fine example, our archery legislation a couple years ago, it used to be 0 electronics allowed on bows or arrows. It was very simple, very enforceable. Now you have exceptions. So we just, sometimes clear cut isn't exactly the easiest.
Yes, we went for years where there's no electronic device allowed on your rifle during hunting, but now you can use a battery operated, so that as long as the reticle is lighted, it's legal. So now you make this little creep here and there, but that's all right. That's and I'm just trying to point some things out. So
Are we getting close?
yeah,
We're getting close, so obviously hunting big game at night, as far as the big game species we're dealing with currently is illegal. But what's interesting is I've had lots of reports and several investigations where people are hiring people to go out and find animals at night, paying them to sit on them all night. And then the hunter is coming the next morning and shooting the animal in daylight. So the question for you guys, is that something that you want to be legal?
No, that brings into question I have for that, because they even have that on trail cams where it's wide.
Correct. That's another thing we're gonna talk about.
Same thing.
Yep. So, okay, we'll get there.
Okay.
Next slide. Next slide. So I can keep-
We are also finding thermal usage during the daytime, which might surprise a couple of you. So people are using,
It actually shows up.
people are using thermal devices to find animals in thick cover that they never would have had access to before. And my opinion is that more trophy animals are taken because of some of this technology than otherwise likely would have been. I can't say that with like 100% science fact. That's my experience as an officer.
99.
The one that shows footprints, you see footprints the whole way with them.
So here's another blend, right?
This is
Because I can, so this has a night vision scope in front of the regular scope, which I can pop on.
Not a
and off.
night vision, a thermal.
Thermal, right,
Thermal.
which I can pop on and off, right?
Yeah.
It's legal at night if I have a permit to shoot coyotes or in areas where we're hunting wolves, I can use that. But it's not legal in our just regular big game hunting for deer. Elk.
And I should, for every rule you guys make, there will always be somebody that breaks it intentionally. So, like, that is the reality of making rules, and it's why people like me exist. So don't make rules thinking you're gonna stop everybody from breaking said rules.
Is it within the scope of this work group to provide recommendations or input on fines associated with some of these recommendations we implement?
I don't think so.
So I will pitch that to Wendy. I would say no, and that, because that's a whole nother topic. And we have, since I've been chief the last 10 years, there have been conversations about that. They didn't get very far.
Yeah,
So,
because for people flying helicopters, $1,000 fine for harassing
Right.
wildlife is nothing compared to what they can afford. But that's just.
but that varies from person to person.
Yeah. for
And
sure.
magistrates are very uncomfortable with mandatory fines because they like the flexibility to say, this person doesn't have a job, so $20,000 fine isn't gonna work. This person, it will work, so the fines don't.
Helicopter guy.
So this is going beyond what we have seen in the past relative to just
Yeah,
a
start like,
transmitting camera.
so to get back to your like trail cameras thing. So like when I started, trail cameras were very few and far between. You'd come across one on bear bakes usually, right? And then the guys would have to walk their rear ends out into the woods and pull the card and check it, you know, usually at home at that point, because I don't think laptops were really a big deal when I started. So that took some commitment and effort. We've gone from that all the way to now, I know of people who have cellular trail cams sitting operational 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on hotspots, trails, water holes. And if it didn't have cell coverage, they took something called Starlink up there and they set a Starlink up so that their trail cam would have cellular coverage. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. All year.
But everybody needs a $5,000 pair of binoculars that tells you what bird you're looking at. So I appreciate you guys taking this on. This is a very noble cause. It's a large task. I'm here to answer questions. Megan is available to answer questions.
But not about any cases.
Not about any cases. So you have the proclamation, you have a couple pages out of the rule. If you have any other questions about any of that, don't hesitate to give me a call.
Did you say that the rules are revisited only every 5 years?
Yes, that is the,
5 years in the world of technology.
that is the cycle.
It's a long time.
And I don't want to get into the, so there's an emergency clause that you can get by that if you need to.
But in general.
In general, it's 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, I think like, didn't we do an emergency rule for the shooting from a computer?
Well, the muzzle bullet last year was in chapter 8, so that was
Oh, wait, you
out,
guys don't know about shooting from a computer?
outside of those 5 years.
You can set up a remote gun with a remote switch. You can get on a computer, monitor it from your house and shoot an animal from your computer.
But that's addressed in Idaho code.
It is.
Filter back real quick and then we'll move on. The future discussion, private landowners in the cellular cameras, we might have a problem with because they be saying, oh, I'm watching my boundary for trespassers, I'm watching my cattle.
Things to
It's something
consider.
We're gonna have to think about.
And I don't think Greg or I are trying to give you an opinion. We're giving you things
Yes,
to
for sure.
consider.
Just for the good.
Maybe, yeah, go over, like, say thermals. Someone's in the woods, they use the thermal, you come up as an officer. And he has it in his pocket. Can you see that?
I am not going to get it. I'm gonna defer to Greg,
Yeah,
but
sure.
I would prefer to not get into investigative tactics and techniques,
Okay.
especially in a public meeting forum, because I think that's highly dangerous for us as officers. We're gonna lose tools doing that, and I really would hate to do that.
Okay. Sure.
Any other questions?
So I'm gonna nudge us forward. You
Okay.
can see how effectively I asked you to hold your questions till after all the presentation. right?
So
So,
close.
I know, but we've got two people online with us this afternoon to present, and the next one is Gordon Batchelor from the American Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. There he is. I apologize for us running late, and he said it was fascinating to watch you, so.
Well, good afternoon, and maybe like some of you, my head's exploding right now. These are really difficult questions and issues, but you're talking about them, and that's what's important. And I congratulate you for even being in the room and taking on the difficult issues that you are facing. And I need to confirm that you're not alone. Many states, perhaps most states, are also dealing with questions about technology. And that is why I'm here to tell you about what's going on at the US level through the work of the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. And let's see if I can successfully share my screen to kick that off. Are we working? Let's see here. Okay, can we confirm that that's a go?
Go.
It's working, okay. First, a little bit about myself. I think it's important to know where I come from. I have similar trajectories to some of you, but on the East Coast. I'm here in New York. You can find my point on the map by looking at the tri-state corner of Massachusetts, Vermont, and New York. I'm literally on that corner. I spent my entire career as a certified wildlife biologist in New York government. I retired in 2015 as chief wildlife biologist and promptly failed retirement, and I do some part-time work for the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. AFWA, as we call it, is a quasi-governmental entity that represents and advocates for the work of state and provincial fish and wildlife agencies. We're quasi-governmental in that I'm now out of government and my colleagues on staff are out of government, but all of our board of directors are agency heads like yours in Idaho. And our job is largely to help others in the provinces and the states to do your work. We totally recognize that every state and province is unique. And so we're really a convener of information. That said, we do a fair amount of work with the federal government and influencing federal policy, whether it's budget or agency policies. But at the state and provincial level, our primary job is to convene people that have similar issues, whatever it may be, and share information. And this topic has proved to be of high interest to the state and provincial fish and wildlife agencies for the reasons you've already reviewed. Stand by, need to advance the slide. Okay. There we go. And my part in this started with a meeting of the Boone and Crockett Club, of which I'm a professional member. And the Boone and Crockett Club has fair chase as a central part of who they are as an organization. I think they even coined the term fair chase. And in March, they convened a meeting to have a conversation just like you're having. And it focused largely on advancements in technology, the ones you just mentioned, drones and thermal imaging, and what that means for the future of hunting. Teddy Roosevelt, one of the co-founders of the Boone and Crockett Club, was very famous for his refusal to take a tethered black bear in Louisiana, that became the teddy bear. And he advanced the ethos associated with fair chase in law. He was governor of New York for a while. And some of the laws that he advocated for remain on the books here in New York. Not being able to shoot a deer in water, not using dogs to hunt deer, not using jack lights to shoot deer at night. Those are still on the books, and they came from the ethos of Teddy Roosevelt advancing this principle of sportsmanship and fair chase. I invite you, as you delve into these issues, to look at the Boone and Crockett Club and some of the publications and articles they've produced. A number of them are very thoughtful, thought-provoking articles on fair chase and the very issues that you're dealing with right now. They even have a free online education module to teach hunters about the importance of a fair chase ethos. During their meeting that I attended, there were really 5 standout principles that emerged. First, establishing ethical standards is really hard. The work you're about to take on, you have taken on, is really hard work, but it's important to discuss it. It's important to debate the issues. It's important to consider the implications. And establishing those standards is important. In fact, some believe, and I'm one of them, that the future of hunting may depend on the narrative about what is the ethos of fair chase hunting. What does it mean to be a sporting activity with rules, regulations, and principles based on fair chase? AFWA and the Boone and Crockett Club both recognize the importance for state and provincial fish and wildlife agencies to have and enable constructive dialogue. Kudos to Idaho for doing exactly that. I congratulate each and every one of you, and especially the committee members who emerged from what sounds like a very competitive process. Your admission rate is much lower than most selective colleges. I got news for you. The other thing that emerged is that each state, each province is unique. Your circumstances there in Idaho are unique. It may even be variable within your state from one end to the other, depending on habitat conditions, social, cultural standards, and so forth. AFWA recognizes that. So AFWA is not seeking to establish policy by saying this is how it should be nationally. We're simply convening the thought leaders so we can share information and exchange ideas. That's what we're doing, and that's what my role is. And the questions that are emerging are those that you've already touched on. When is it appropriate by law or regulations to restrict technology? Someone mentioned in the intros how young people are quite fascinated with technology. So if we start restricting technology, could that turn off some of our newer hunters? Then on the other hand, as technology advances, as illustrated in some of the videos the officer just shown, that could have impacts on the public acceptance of hunting, the social license we have for hunting. Should the Boone and Crockett Club, should state and provincial agencies place a focus on core field skills essential to a fair chase hunting experience? And then how do we advance these conversations without alienating the next generation? Many of you in your introductions talked about your children and grandchildren, how important that is for the future. So, we need to think in those terms too. Then AFWA convened a meeting in June. Inspired by the Boone and Crockett Club conversation, we expanded the conversation to our own community of state and provincial leaders. Also, we brought in some key thought leaders from some of the conservation organizations that I'm sure many of you are members of, such as the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Safari Club International, Delta Waterfowl, and others. And we convened a meeting, and I would say it was simply a way to collect ideas and information, take an inventory, take in stock. What is going on out there? So this was a learning experience. And broadly, I think the categories under consideration relate to access to property, access to game, finding game, and then taking game. I learned about e-bikes. I knew a little bit about e-bikes, but I didn't realize they were used to penetrate remote areas. And in some jurisdictions, The biologists are finding that e-bikes provide enough access to increase take of big game species and therefore requiring an adjustment of tag quotas. So that's a cause and effect that's measurable. You've already highlighted the growth in drone technology, and I got news for you. No surprise here. Drones are going to get smaller, cheaper, and smarter. At some point, we'll put a drone in our pocket, in our hunting jacket, and deploy it like a little bumblebee and get data on our phone. So drones are here. They're not going to go away. And I think an important consideration is how we restrict them, if we restrict them, when we restrict them. Trail cameras. I'm not a trail camera user, but I know they're out there. It kind of bugs me when I stumble across a trail camera where I have permission to hunt. It feels kind of like an invasion of my privacy or my hunting experience. But as noted just a moment ago, trail cameras are getting very smart. They're providing real-time data, basically like this: go hunting now. Go hunting now. That deer, that bear, that elk, that moose is out there. He's on your trail camera route. Go hunting now. As opposed to the earlier version of trail cameras, retrieve the data card, go home, look at what's there, and then at least you have an idea of potential. But the new trail cameras tell you, go hunting now. I'm a very avid turkey hunter. That's kind of my thing here in the eastern US. So that ridge top to the left corner is right behind my yard, right back there. And it's quite important for my success to know where the turkeys are roosted. Now, typically that's by going out at dusk and listening for them, maybe playing, using a hoot owl call, or going out early in the morning listening for the crows. But what if I could fly a drone over that tree line in the dark and look for a thermal image of a blob, a thermal blob in a tree? I know that's going to be a turkey. And if I know it's a turkey, my advantage has just stepped up an order of magnitude. Now, under New York laws, I'm not sure that would be covered as an act of hunting because our laws say pursuing, shooting, or killing, or capturing. I think because our laws were written about 1920 or so, our agency should probably take a look at it and say, hey, what about the implications for the use of drones? Does a definition of hunting capture the use of drones? What if my wife flew a drone the day before? What if someone else flew a drone and sold the data to me? Is that hunting? And I think it gets really tricky very quickly, both from a legal and enforcement standpoint. And that, I think, underscores the importance of what the officer just talked about. The language and the words really matter for enforceability, for clarity, for establishing some standard. Drones are used in some states to find wounded or dead game that have not been located in regular means. There is a legal case in federal court right now in Michigan about whether the use of a drone to find big game, wounded or dead, is lawful. That picture of the big buck there was taken with one of those drones, and again, that is sort of like a message to a hunter. That's where you go hunting now. So drones, I think above all other technical developments, are really spawning some very difficult questions. And again, they're getting smarter, smaller, cheaper, which means many people will be able to access them. Not all technology is bad. I think Onyx and apps like it are very helpful. That's my property. That's where I'm sitting today. Onyx helps me to visualize the habitat conditions in my network of places I hunt. And that enables me to make decisions about where to go hunting. It also enables me to keep track of property boundaries. Two of my neighbors allow me to hunt. One of them does not. I really like knowing exactly where that boundary is. I'm a bit of a gun nut, but I'm kind of a low-tech gun nut. I have scopes, as many of you do, but I'm really not interested in the high-tech scopes that are emerging. And you just saw a picture of one a moment ago. The device on the left enables a rifle to become a smart rifle. It basically pulls the trigger when the moment is right, calculating range, ballistics, and other factors. And in the West, of course, you do have issues related to long-range shooting. That's not an issue in the East. I think the furthest shot I ever had on a white-tailed deer in the eastern deciduous forest was 125 yards. So, but people are talking about it. And I'm just, again, saying in our conversation with the states, they flag this as something to talk about. Technology of taking has just really expanded, starting with the evolution to compound bows, advanced crossbows, air bows that actually propel an arrow as it would a firearm, advancements in muzzle loading technology that make it easier and easier to load a muzzle loader. And this is why it's so hard, because the ethics of fair chase, the ethics of technology are all wrapped up in our own worldview, our own perceptions of what's right and what's wrong. Fred Bear really got the modern archery movement going with a long bow and then a recurve. Compound bows, when they first came on the scene, were not favored by the traditional archers. And today there's a raging debate, at least in my part of the world, about the appropriateness of crossbows. My new rifle there was custom built, took about 3 years. And I really like old-timey stuff personally. I start a fire with flint and steel. I like hunting with a flintlock for both deer and turkeys. I like the old style wood, the metal. Don't really like plastics on my firearms. But that's me. That's my worldview. And I think one of the things that you'll face, and I'm sure you understand this, is dealing with these issues really gets at personal worldviews, ideas about what's appropriate, what's right, what's wrong. It's really hard. But again, my early comment, it's hard, but that's the reason you need to talk about it, because it is hard. Another area of technology is highly realistic decoys. Now, I said I'm a turkey hunter. I really like turkey hunting. Some of these realistic decoys, they're just spot on. I mean, absolutely spot on. I'm sure if it's not out there now, there will be turkey decoys that are motorized and do stuff like a turkey would do. Well, at the turn of the century, we disallowed the use of live decoys for waterfowl hunting because at the time it was considered not ethical. Well, what's happening now with decoys as they become smarter, smaller, better? It's kind of like a live decoy. There was a raging debate in the 1980s about duck decoys that had rotating wings. Raging debate. It resulted in publications in the scientific literature about the efficacy of these devices and so on and so forth. And which gets to a key point. For us, the science is really important. And when scientific evidence shows that some technical development is having an impact, then I think the agencies really need to start paying attention. An example, in one of the southeastern states, they took a look at the efficacy of forward-facing sonar for fishing. And they found in some of the lakes that were managed specifically for crappie, they were resulting in a much higher take of crappie. So they restricted the use of forward-facing sonar. In the AFWA conversation we had about fair chase, we underscored the importance of science in making decisions about impacts of technology. I don't know too much about artificial intelligence, but I do know there are people talking about it and how it's affecting hunting. Things like this. Using data from weather and other variables, calculating with an algorithm when to go hunting, time to go hunting through an AI algorithm. The Boone and Crockett Club is writing about this, and I'll just read one sentence here. The future of hunting will involve a delicate balance between embracing innovation and preserving the core values of fair chase, etc. Ultimately, it will be up to individual hunters, wildlife managers, and organizations like Boone and Crockett, partnership with the agencies, to navigate this new frontier. And so again, I congratulate you for taking on this very difficult navigation problem. It's a whopper, but it's important, and I'm really glad you're doing it. We in AFWA are going to be paying attention and learning from you. We'll be learning from Arizona and we'll be learning from Utah. We really think it's important for agencies to step up and show leadership as you're showing, bring in the citizens and the stakeholders to have these hard discussions. So I wish you the best. I wish you well, and be paying attention to where you land. And I'll be looking forward to any questions that might come following the other speakers. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Gordon. Is Scott with us? Scott Lavin?
Yes, I am. Sorry. Let me see if I can share. You guys see that all right? So my name's Scott Lavin. I'm the Recruitment, Retention, and Reactivation Branch Chief for the Arizona Game and Fish Department. One of my other hats is about 4 or 5 years ago, I was made the chairman of the Fair Chase Committee for Arizona Game and Fish. And like Gordon, I'm pretty excited about your conversation this morning. And somebody early on asked a really good question: what is fair chase? I can tell you right now, it's going to be different in Idaho than it is in Arizona. Early on, Jim Shockey wanted to help us out with messaging and so forth. And, he's a worldwide hunter, and he was all on board, ready to go. And then he realized that we don't allow high fence hunting operations in the state of Arizona. And he says, well, I've been on TV doing that. I can't do that. So I said, well, wait a minute. Let's not let this go to waste here. What if you advocated for hunting by the regulations of the land that you're on? And that seemed to work for him. And he consequently made a couple videos for us and helped out our efforts. So, and I'll also back Gordon up. Boone and Crockett did indeed coin the phrase fair chase back in one of the early charters of starting up the Boone and Crockett Club. So there's that. So I've been asked to talk about our journey with our Fair Chase Committee. This is our objective statement. We were kind of very informal for the first several years. I think the committee started in 2015, but it was more ad hoc, and we didn't have an official charter until later on. But the objective statement is to monitor and evaluate emerging and evolving technologies and practices and maximize the department's outreach efforts related to fair chase in order to increase the public's voluntary acceptance of the principles outlined in the commission's fair chase policy and rules. And we're pretty big on voluntary acceptance. For years, we've had a greater level of compliance on non-lead ammunition in Arizona with a volunteer program than many other states have with a mandatory program. So we go to great lengths to include the public. In my regular job, I oversee 8 programs. 7 of them have public steering committees to help drive how the business is run and what lane they think we should be in. So this public process, I absolutely believe in it. I'm just pleased you had so much participation that you had to send people away. That's pretty awesome as well. So the team was initiated in 2015, but we didn't get a formal charter until 2021. All that predates me, so I'm not sure if it was a bunch of ladies and gentlemen just griping about technology until they finally had a charter. But the 2 main things that we do are to continually monitor the emerging technology. And the way we do that mostly is we listen to the public. Our commission, like yours, I would imagine, has the opportunity for public comment. We go out to the Western the Mule Deer Foundation's Western Expo. We go to SHOT Show. We go to ICAST. These national trade shows that tend to have new technology and new product rollouts. So we try to get ahead of things that way. But I will tell you the vast majority of input that motivates us to consider a particular product, behavior, or technique is indeed public input. And then also we try to maximize the department's outreach on, gaining public awareness. Right now the numbers indicate that about 9% of Americans hunt. That's not a lot, right? 77% of Americans are okay with our rights to hunt, provided that we remind them that hunting is legal and regulated. And I'll make a resource available to Ellery if you think it's of value. But if you haven't read it, I would encourage everyone to get a copy of How to Talk About Hunting. It's a free book that was published on a AFWA multi-state grant. It was put out by the NRA Hunters Leadership Forum. It now has a soft copy, but before it came out with a soft copy, I was had the honor of being the giving out more copies of that book than anyone else in America. And it really talks about the subtlety of language and how we all have to be better ambassadors, and we can't be as combative in our defense of hunting. We have to be a little more refined. So if that's desired, let me know, and I can get you guys a link for that soft copy. So our committee currently is comprised of 20 representatives, but we're looking at kind of shaking that up. We have a bylaw in the committee charter that generally a committee member should be on for about 3 years. That's not a hard stop. If somebody's really enthused and they're providing value, we've had committee members for as long as I've been on board, for 4 years or so. So there's that. But like you, we have a diverse group of department staff, members of various nonprofit game organizations, industry, outfitters, influencers, but most importantly, you know, we tend to recognize our critter groups as you know, large organizations on the landscape, which they rightfully are. But at least in Arizona, the majority of hunters are still unaffiliated. They don't belong to any rod and gun club. They don't belong to any social organizations. They're just, you know, they hunt on their own. So we went to great lengths to try to reach out and connect with the average hunter that isn't affiliated, to make sure that they're being represented. So there's that. We meet formally twice a year, although we recently had a little bit of a reactionary meeting to consume and discuss a white paper that Gordon had produced for AFWA earlier this year that was very valued. So you know, we can meet as often as we need to virtually, but minimal. We meet twice a year, and then we discuss these behaviors, and we put anything that is forwarded to consider through a rubric, which I'll share with you here in a moment. So when somebody identifies, and it's not just technology, it could be a behavior. Currently in Arizona, hunting on water is legal, but you can't camp near water, so it's just nuanced. But you know, our initial evaluations will identify if it's an issue or a preference. Is it currently legal, for just some background implications? Does this benefit or improve competency or recruitment? We consider, you know, is this a product that makes it easier for new hunters to get involved? And I liked your conversation on technology turning off the next generation of hunting. I don't think we've coined it that specifically, but I'm going to include that language as we move forward. So I'm learning from you guys. And then, is it widely accepted? How big is it? At first, we kind of didn't think forward-facing sonar was a concern because it was so expensive. It wasn't widely accepted. A year later, things have changed a lot. Same thing with drones. The point on drones is very well made. We kind of outfoxed the drone issue. We classified them as aircraft, and as aircraft, we don't allow aircraft in the pursuit of game. So that kind of worked for us anyway. This is the three key points, though, that when we consider a product or a technology, we ask ourselves these three questions, and based on the number of yeses out of these three questions, we decide whether or not to forward it to our Article 3 rulemaking team. And does the product create an improper advantage? So the first point would be a technology or practice that allows a hunter or angler to locate or take wildlife without acquiring necessary hunting and angling skills or competencies. And the best example Gordon shared with you was that rifle, that's a smart rifle that literally will not allow you to pull the trigger until it knows you're going to hit. Absolutely not fair chase, in our opinion. You're not acquiring the necessary skills to be a hunter or an angler. And I think for most of us, that's part of the journey. There's work involved in being an ethical user on the resource. So that's one of our criteria. The next one is a technology or practice that allows a hunter or an angler to pursue and take wildlife without physically being present and pursuing wildlife in the field. And that shoot from the laptop is a perfect example of that. Part of hunting is the journey, putting in the time, refining those skills. So there's that. Next is a technology or practice that makes harvesting wildlife almost certain when the technology or practice prevents wildlife from eluding take. Now in Arizona, that you probably heard the headlines. We were unpopular on this one, but we decided that we made it a rule against using trail cams for the pursuit of game. Now, we're very different than Idaho. You have that thing called water up there. We just don't have it. We're in a desert state. It's in a multi-generational drought. And I hunt 3 hours north of Phoenix. I'm 8,000 foot elevation in Flagstaff, Arizona, and I'll come up to a water point, and there are literally 40 trail cams around this water point, and the game has no other place to go. So in Arizona, we decided that eliminated the wildlife's ability to go undetected, and we regulated against it. And boy, did we hear about it. I'm sure you heard the echoes all the way up there. That's not going to work in all 50 states, nor should it. I'm from Maryland originally. There's plenty of green, plenty of water in Maryland. Trail cams aren't an issue there, but here they were. But that took us about 3 years to go back and forth. We got close and then we backed off. We got close and then we got backed off, and then finally, it was deemed a fair chase issue. And I'll talk about taking time here in a moment. As far as communicating to the public and enhancing the department's messaging, our primary effort was we created the hashtag I Am Fair Chase campaign. And you can Google that, and it's a little embarrassing right now. New Mexico, who's been a longstanding partner with this campaign since we launched it, I think they're doing a better job with the campaign than our campaign. But the idea is we run this campaign in July for a specific week, and the idea is, and we invite everybody to participate. So I'm really hoping that Idaho will participate with us next July. But to have a synergy of many organizations and private citizens posting something with the hashtag I Am Fair Chase to drown out the social media for 1 week, because we couldn't afford to pay for that much advertising, right? The reason we do it in July is in Arizona, you find out in July if you've been drawn for your big game hunts in the fall, right? So that's when your brain starts thinking, okay, well, when's my scouting trip? What do I have to buy? Is my scope sighted in? And we want to start embedding that ethos into your mental process as you prepare for your hunt. We also created a social media toolkit. This slide is one of those. We have quite a few really well done pictures with and without the department logo. We're not asking you to advocate for us. We're just asking you to advocate for fair chase. And the idea of the campaign is you share what is your opinion of fair chase. It's different for everybody. I heard a lot of conversation early in the call on extreme long range shooting. And Arizona, we don't have a lot of trees. A lot of people take long shots. I'm an infantry officer. I'm a pretty good shot. My last elk, I shot at 40 yards, mainly because I'm too lazy to walk that far. So that's just my personal journey. So everybody has a different journey, and like Jim Shockey, what does being an ethical hunter mean to you? And just share that on your social media platform of choice, and hit the hashtag I Am Fair Chase. The neat part about this campaign is, I'm sure, I know the department has, but I'm sure we've all encountered trolls on social media. And much to our surprise, Arizona Game and Fish policy is you can say anything you don't like about us and disagree with us, as long as you don't use inappropriate imagery and language, and we'll leave it up. So what was really interesting is a lot of people complained about the messaging, and we had the public, to an impressive and highly educated degree, speak up and say, no, you don't understand the ethics of hunting. And we had the public self-regulating the trolls, and that was really exciting and pleasing to see. And we knew we were on to something at that point. So, we do an ongoing review of technology, and we have a list that we keep. And I'll be very candid. I come from business. I'm not a biologist. I was in retail for 25 years. I sold a lot of outdoor recreation product. I'm friends with a lot of manufacturers. I do think that state agencies and associations reviewing technology needs to be handled delicately. And I'll share a story with you all. My director and I, when we were looking at the game cam issue, we're at a national conference. Gordon may have been there, might have been an OFWA or a North American conference. And we get in an elevator with somebody who is with one of a very large manufacturing conglomerate that had multiple brands. And we're friends with this guy. He's a bit of a cut up in the jokester. We get in the elevator. There's about 12 people in the elevator, and nobody knew everybody in the elevator. But this gentleman said, "Hey, that's so and so. He's the director of Arizona. He wants to outlaw game cams." And out of context, that's a pretty provocative statement, right? And anything that we do in Arizona is not going to impact the market across the country. And I articulated earlier the concerns. So I would caution subtlety and having a really good explanation as to why you're considering a particular technology. But when somebody brings the technology to us, it goes on a list, and then we vote. Is it a concern or not? And if it's not a concern, our commission has asked us to keep a running tab on the list. And we currently have 10 right now. And every month we go back and look at it. And is there a version 2.0 or this year's model? Does it cross that line to kind of keep an eye on that? And that's just a running tab. We pick a different technology every month. And it's like a treadmill. We go through it. And then again, if it crosses that line, we refer to our Article 3 rulemaking team, and they'll make a decision for the commission to then vote on, much like your process. We have identified 5 products that are not being within the bounds of fair chase, and so those are now those have been regulated and are no longer quote unquote legal for the pursuit or take of game. But like the game warden mentioned earlier, people still break the rules. For the sake of our Fair Chase campaign, we're coming up on 1 million total reach with over 36,000 engagements. I am not a social media professional, but what I do know is working with our marketing team, our campaign is 2 to 3 times industry standard engagement rates. So the messaging, the imagery does indeed relate to the American public, at least the citizens of Arizona. So while the campaign, and again, the algorithms are tough if you talk about hunting and, you have camouflage and imply that you use a firearm on social media, but we still seem to be getting our message out and having positive reactions. So the technologies we currently have regulated to date, I mentioned earlier the wireless trail cams. The latest version of these. When I first started selling trail cams, you had to go and literally get your film out of the cam. And nowadays, it shoots you to your phone. If you're within 30 minutes of where you hunt, you can just grab your gun and put on some camo and go after that critter. The smart rifle system that Gordon shared with you, night sights, thermal optics, things like that, use of drones, UAVs, exploding arrowheads are technologies that we've regulated against, and most recently, unmanned listening devices that provide location data. So this is a product that you could, similar to a trail cam, put somewhere, and it identifies that the a significant sized critter is in a particular area and gives you the location. So we thought that wasn't quite within our tolerances for fair chase. So a couple things we've learned. Include the public in your journey, maintain an open process. You're doing that and you're awesome. I would say again, be subtle and move slowly. Take your time. For the forward-facing radar, we discussed that on Thursday's Fair Chase Committee meeting, and we still want more information because the data from Texas is different than the data from Kansas, different than the data from Arizona. So we're still teasing that one out. But take your time, and it allows you to beat things to death a little bit better. Stay in your lane. Once you set your criteria, stick to your data. State wildlife agencies truly need to be science-based in their approach. And those three criteria questions I just shared with you are really what we use for everything. And we try to, we don't try to look at the headlines or what's being said on the podcast. We're just, what are the facts? Is there research? What are the data? No matter what you do, you're going to be unpopular to a certain population, right? Suffer your slings and arrows quietly. Doing the right thing isn't always popular. We have found that, it's similar to our social media process of leaving negative posts up. If you let people have their say, not everything needs to be defended, and that just is a gut check. There's no science behind that, but we have found that by not going to great lengths to defend a decision or over explain or make the one person in the room who's having everything to say happy, that criticism tends to dissipate even faster than if we had gone to such great lengths. Not everything needs a public relations campaign, I guess I'm trying to say. And usually these committees are made up of sportsmen and biologists or maybe law enforcement officers. I would encourage you to include your media relations team in every step, much like that resource, How to Talk About Hunting. Make sure you have the people in the room who are professionals at speaking to the public. It has absolutely saved us on many occasions. It allowed us to contain and persevere through the trail cam issue. Actually wound up many national podcasters took our side once we were able to give them more effective, more sophisticated messaging. So people who are much better at word salad than I am are the people you want as part of your team to make sure that once you make a decision, it's framed in the best possible manner. And with that, hopefully I'm giving you some time back. And also, like Gordon, I'm available for questions when everybody's done.
Thank you, Scott. And Gordon, you're still there? Thank you. So
I
questions?
sure am. Yep, I'm here.
Oh.
Or you after that, whatever you want.
So Arizona, no, excuse me, Utah. The person from Utah was not able to participate today. We have something in writing that we can do today. Can't take it off the agenda, can I? Okay, so I'll sit. Well, let's get through questions so that they can leave if they want to.
Okay,
Yeah,
we'll do questions. And then
so
we'll
questions for Gordon. Yeah. Rob.
Scott, what is the data on trail cam? What was the data that you used to say, no, too many animals are being killed?
That's a really good question, and that regulation was implemented before I became chairman. But as I recall, and I'll follow up with Ellery to make sure I'm giving you solid facts. The sportsmen were actually complaining about their hunting experiences, similar to Gordon. They would be going on their personal journeys hunting and seeing a water point, and again, guys. It's very unique here. We're in a multi-generational drought. More water points are empty and dry than they are actually functional. So if it's the only water within 2 miles and there's 30 or 40 trail cams surrounding that, it's pretty easy to decide where you want to go hunting, right? Scouting kind of becomes an afterthought. So that was the primary driver. A colleague of mine was the chairman of the committee, 2 chairmans before I was, and we all have to go to the commission meetings together. So I got to see that process, and they were right there. And then again, we were at a commission meeting, and a group of people had some pretty enthusiastic pushback, so the commission backed off of it. But for what I was able to observe, it was the longevity of persistent sportsman negative feedback and then we identified that, yeah, this is the only water within a mile critter can't go undetected.
So, but not data related to harvest. You're talking data among sportsmen against the idea, but not the fact that you're affecting big game herds.
Oh, Arizona's I don't know what it's like to hunt in Idaho. I haven't been invited, hint. So in Arizona, we're a draw state, right? And it's very rare that you're going to be drawn every year. We have very limited opportunity. So we don't have the mass populations of a Colorado or a Montana. So I would imagine data was in that mix. And if you permit me, I'll go back to the archives and try and scare up some people from those days and get you what that exact journey was. It's a valid question.
Thank you.
Questions for Gordon or Scott? Do we have their slides? Yep. Okay, good.
I'll send them out.
Yeah, good.
On my checklist.
That's got there. Hi. Any more questions for either of them? Yeah, we have one.
Scott, when you look at that data too, I would think that finding something specific, like you're looking for a specific thing, is harvest rates gonna go up or down? Do you find that especially with these game cams, that would be hard to find in the data, you know, as far as, it'd almost be better if you could reach out to the hunters and say, how many of these individuals are using them? I would see an issue like that pitting hunter against hunter, you know, kind of like the decoys, you're gonna run, you know, the flight path of the birds and guys are getting up in the morning so they can beat the next guy and whoever gets there first, that's kind of top code of ethics is treat your neighbor well. If he beats you, see if he spends a night out there, you know, and then obviously you got the guy that's gonna leave his decoys out there, so he's claimed it, which is a complete different argument, but you get lots of fights between people. And so not only, what I'm trying to say is it's not always that data. I know it's science that you use a lot of this, but that data is not always there. There's nothing specific for you to look at because it's so new that data hasn't, you know, could be game populations are suffering because of a winter. You can definitely look at that. You can read the graph and you can go, well, this doesn't have a lot to do with people, you know, flying drones or driving around hunting from their cars or long distance shooting, you know. We know that that's not having a huge of effect as people that are just trying to say it's, you know, it might be conducive to the entire culture of hunting, not to have game cameras, and I think that's legit, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So,
I'll go ahead, Gordon.
well, I was just gonna say, during the AFO conversation, kind of stating the obvious, I suppose. Some of the agencies, I'll say New York for sure, we were behind the curve. Technology was advancing and our regulations weren't matching it. An example would be expandable broadheads. Nothing wrong with expandable broadheads, but our technology advanced well ahead of our laws. And it was just an awkward fit to kind of explain how expandable broadheads were acceptable in light of the language in our laws. I mentioned earlier, at least in New York, and I think it's true in many states, our laws were written a long time ago when these advancements were not even contemplated. No one could think about it back then. And I think that for agencies, one response, and it gets back to what the officers talked about, is taking a look at the language in our laws and regulations and just making sure they're up to date with the advancements that exist today. So the definition of hunting, does that include flying a drone over that ridge behind my house and looking for roosted turkeys? I think it should. But then, is it enforceable? What are the lawyers going to say? Someone's going to pull out a First Amendment argument, on and on and on. And in terms of the science, I think there are 4 areas of science that agencies need to pay attention to when warranted. One is effect on game populations. You know, that's our core. We're public trustees. What are the effects on game populations? Secondly, on opportunity, equity of opportunity. I don't really like it when someone leverages technology because they can afford it, like those helicopter trips, to gain advantage over my access to hunting. So there's that. Second is in the human dimensions realm, which I think is quite important. The social license for hunting, the acceptability of hunting. You know, the public out there, they don't understand all these wonky details about hunting, fair chase, et cetera. They just kind of, I don't know, they apply the duck test. If it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck, and they don't like it. So I think we got to be careful about public opinion when they consider how hunters interact with game. And then finally, I touched on this, you know, young people like technology. So if we start lowering the boom without due consideration, could we turn off a generation? That said, I think there's people out there who like the retro stuff, the old timey stuff, the wool hunting clothing, the flint and steel, the flintlocks. There's people that like that. So it's complex.
Any more questions? Well, thank you so much for joining us today and for such helpful information.
Thank you.
Both of you.
Good luck. Best wishes. I wish you well.
So now we have a representative of the state of Utah.
I don't know if it's.
Yeah, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
They were not able to come. They sent her something to read aloud.
Yes. So Sergeant Gabe Patterson with the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources was supposed to be here virtually today, but for whatever reason, something came up and he had to cancel last minute. So he did provide a summary of the things that he would have talked about, that I will read to everyone. Obviously, I cannot speak for Utah about kind of the context behind some of these things, but if there are any questions specifically that you all have for Utah, please feel free to share those. I will write them down and I will reach back out to Sergeant Patterson for some additional context. So feel free to ask your questions. Just know I'll have to circle back with some answers. Don't want to speak for Utah. So with that, Utah Division of Wildlife Resources has an ongoing technology committee. They meet about they have met about 8 times over the past 2 years. And they've had several hot topics that they've discussed and decisions that the committee has come up with. So specifically, we're going to first talk about scopes on muzzleloaders. So the committee decided that muzzleloaders should not be able to shoot from 400 to 1,000 yards. The committee felt that the eye was the limiting factor in muzzleloaders. So they voted to make all muzzleloaders open sights. And the Wildlife Board, which is their commission, voted to have 1 power scopes or open sights. That's what they did for muzzleloaders. Radios. The committee felt that radios aided tremendously in the taking of big game in Utah. The committee voted to not allow radios for the stalking of big game, but could be used for anything else like safety, simple communication. The Wildlife Board, again, their commission, voted to only make radios illegal on restricted weapon hunts. So this is where we're going to get into some differences between how states manage their game populations. In Utah has a variety of different units with different types of restrictions. So the restricted weapon hunts are what they sound like, they're hunts that have more restrictions related to weapon use. So restricted archery, no cams, wheels, no sights, can only have 1 string. I'm not an archery hunter. If someone has questions to that, I'm sure someone like Mr. Frost over here could explain a little bit more about what all that means, but that's how they operate in their restricted archery weaponry.
Repeat that, please.
No cams, wheels, no sights, and they can only have 1 string.
They said it's a deal.
Second, guys, let's hear Matt. Matt had a comment.
So I think when they did this, what I heard was they was setting up an area that they would have for traditional. And it was pretty much all traditional in that aspect. Rifles, no scopes. That area had no movable sights, fixed pins only. It was all but it was only certain areas.
Right.
Just.
So- Thank you for that. Again, very much appreciate the group knowledge in this room. So moving down to restricted muzzle loaders, so similar things. No 209 primers, cap or ignition source must be completely visible when cocked. open sights only. Again, this is in their restricted muzzleloader areas. And then in restricted rifle areas, open sights only, no electronics attached to the rifle, cannot be semi-auto.
That was restricted, right?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, in that zone, they're doing like a test project on,
Interesting. And some better units. They're doing
well,
trophy
it's
units.
certain units that
Yeah.
can allow, like, if you've got a lot of trees, then yes, like an open site. unit
Gotcha.
type thing. So.
So vary based on the units.
And this is the first year they've done that?
I don't know when all of that went in.
Okay, I know the muzzleloader.
One or two, I think.
It
I think
is.
this is the first year.
Muzzleloaders,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's just-
muzzleloaders the first year.
Yeah, that just.
Okay. Technology on bows. The committee voted to not allow any electronic device on a bow with the exception of illuminated knocks, a camera that does not aid in the take of wildlife, and illuminated sights, only because it's hard to find a good sight without a light on it.
Oh, that's cool.
Reading from my. Muzzle loaders, no electronics attached to gun or scope. Division of Wildlife Resources removed variable powered scopes from muzzle loaders. Rifles, no electronics attached to gun or scope with the exception of illuminated reticles. Only if it does anything else or moves or adjusts, it is illegal. No digital displays, etc. Simple, broad rule to encompass, this is a rule that they've made purposefully simple and broad to encompass all future tech. Committee wanted to regulate long-range shooting somehow, but could not come up with any option that would work and would not be a nightmare for law enforcement. Like no exposed turrets or a regulation on rangefinders or overall distances someone can shoot. They determined that they were ideas that the group came up with, but were not enforceable. Committee talked about limiting rangefinders, but in the end determined that they helped with ethical shots. Committee voted to make nanotechnology illegal in Utah in the aid in taking of wildlife. And before the committee, the Wildlife Board and Utah legislature made night vision and thermal scopes and binos illegal for the taking of big game in Idaho. They are illegal, they made a season for them. They are illegal from July 31st through December 31st. So this past month, the Wildlife Board and their regional advisory councils will be voting on new restricted weapon deer units to try for 4 to 5 years. The Wildlife Board wants to maximize hunter opportunity while keeping quality in their big game. Before the committee, the Wildlife Board and Utah legislature voted to make trail cameras on public property illegal from July 31st through December 31st every year. Division of Wildlife Resources are seizing hundreds of illegal trail cameras in every region. Patterson's crew alone has seized close to 200 trail cameras since this law went into effect. They also made drones or any type of aircraft or other airborne vehicle or device between July 31st and January 31st to locate or attempt to observe or locate any protected wildlife illegal. Division of Wildlife Resources has a committee, their technology committee is 18 people with about 10 to 12 that show up at every meeting. 5 of the committee members are long-range shooters with muzzle loaders and rifles. And all 5 of them voted to restrict long-range muzzle loading in Utah. Division of Wildlife Resource Committee is made up of men and women from the sporting public in Utah. Committee chairs were the only Division of Wildlife Resources individuals on the committee. They did not vote, they just provided information and feedback, so similar to fishing games, our fishing games ex officio role. That is what they provided you with. So
can you provide?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so it was sent to me in a format that is not super conducive, so let me make it a little bit easier to read. And then I will include this with all of the other information that I plan to be sending out following this meeting to folks. Yes, sir.
When you provide that, can you ask what medical exemptions that they allow for?
Yep.
Because technically, if I heard it right, the muzzleloader is the same as the traditional muzzleloader hunts here in Idaho. But if I went to an eye doctor and said I had terrible vision, I could get a medical exemption. I know this because I did. it would be interesting to know what Utah has on that and how many people are using
I
it.
believe it's, if you go to the iDocs, you can use the one power scope where everybody else has to have open sites.
In Utah.
Utah.
One to four
In Utah,
here.
in Utah, you can use the 0 power or 1 power scope. It's in there. You can use it.
Unless you're talking the specifics.
Chelsea, you had a question of,
Oh, I was just gonna repeat it. but
Oh,
that's- that's
okay,
Yeah, you can use it.
Those, the specific unit they're doing that trial.
Oh, okay,
That's
gotcha,
what I
gotcha.
was
Oh, I'm
reading.
sorry.
And in that unit, they've made it where it's open sites only,
Gotcha.
going back traditional,
So it's like,
unless it's the, and it's like Idaho, if you got the document.
gotcha.
Well, I just wonder the numbers.
Sure.
I wonder the numbers in Idaho too.
Sure.
And if there's a success rate difference between guys with 4 power scope and guys with open sites.
There is.
do you need to?
Yeah.
I guarantee it.
So let me,
Well, I think we assume that, but I'm not sure that we know that.
so let me just make sure I have your questions correct from Utah. You want, what their medical exemptions are.
Mhm.
And how many people are being provided exemptions, and if they can tell success between those with exemptions and with don't.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I have one clarification while you're done writing.
In one sec.
So they did not address long range shooting. Kind of happy about that, on one hand, but it also seems to me like they just went around it. And they are test plotting certain units where it's just rifles with no scopes. So that's how they're doing it on long range, but if they're gonna manage this. Short and then you can still go hunt your long range and whichever, that it's legal. But in this unit, we're gonna try our short range rifles for a while, see how that works out. I mean, you can, that surely sounds like it, or you could get that clarified for me, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, I think it's unit dependent, right? Like there's like in Idaho, for example, right, we have different units that are managed for different purposes. I think Toby would be able to speak to that in particular about our short range units versus other things. So instead of necessarily managing specifically technology related to long range shooting, managing what the management objectives.
Which seems like honestly a fairly fair way to do it to me. Yeah, do you have a unit with a low under objective?
Can everybody hear him?
Not really.
Yeah, so you need to speak a little louder.
Oh, I'm sorry. It seems like a fair way to manage it to me, and a lot of my constituents talk the same way. We have units that have been under objective for 20 years. You know, and the long range fellows in there are really the only ones that have success. You know, 90% of the elk are taken at 750 yards plus. And our game can't rebound, our elk can't rebound, they can't, because they all get shot off at great distance, unit 14. But right there in Utah, they're showing you a way without having to go through the legislature, without having to change the rule, we can just say, okay, we're gonna hunt in here for a while with just a rifle with no scope. You know, maybe it's where the game rebounds, or maybe we'll just keep it that way. But it seems like they're doing it right there.
Do you want to speak to anything about our different types of weapon units or seasons or anything like
You
that?
have a shooting.
So Idaho has obviously, archery hunts, muzzleloader hunts, which are traditional muzzleloader hunts. And we have any weapon hunts, which are any weapon. And then we have short range weapon hunts, which allow you to use shotgun with slugs, archery equipment, muzzleloaders, your Katie bar the door, any kind of muzzleloader. And pistols with straight wall pistol cartridges. You know, we actually, in another group, that's actually working in the southeast region on mule deer, they're actually still in the formulation stages of potentially doing an experiment, looking at the effects of if you reduce people's effectiveness, what will be the downstream outcomes on mule deer populations? What they've come up with actually isn't yet formalized. It will be coming to the commission in March, and as soon as their recommendation comes along, I'll definitely pass it on to you all. But, there's some. Yeah, there's some issues with, like short range weapon. It sounds like those weapons that we allow should be short range, but in reality, they're not.
So would it be a possibility of, if this group could make a recommendation, I don't know if we can do it or not, but like the state of Idaho could potentially use a non-scoped rifle season as a management tool. Is that something we can do? Or it's allowable, it's doable? Or,
I mean, it's from my perspective, if anything's possible. Now, the commission and everybody else.
To your point, that is a recommendation. That
Hey,
is
Wendy,
good, when we get to that.
we put one on the parking lot.
Yeah, what's that?
Yeah, so I was just curious, I mean, has harvest rates went up in Idaho in the last few years on for deer now? I mean, that's the main question. We've got this brought up, but what is our harvest rates changed from? the last-
Are you
So
talking
success
a
rates
hard
and total
number, or
numbers
is there
is what your
percentage of
question.
hunters?
How many years?
Say 3 to 5 years, I don't,
Okay.
it doesn't, I mean, yeah, has our harvest rates increased on deer now? That's the main question, I think. We know the technology, we can see that, but I'm just curious on a race, I think some of them have actually went down rather than up, so.
That may not be a complete parking lot. Maybe they can answer the question, but anyway. So I'm gonna start feeling stressed about being done by 4 if we don't take a break now. Are you willing to take a break now? Can we come back at 3? Okay, thank you. I wanna make sure we have time for the rest of the stuff on the agenda. So we're back in the room now. We're gonna have 2 rounds of small group discussion. What the first topic we're gonna talk about is what's so special about hunting in Idaho. Nicole is going to join this table if we can make technology work for us. And you're gonna have Post-it notes that are 6" by 8". They are Post-it notes, which means they are sticky on one side. So pay attention to which side is sticky because they don't hang very well. They're wrong side up. And you're gonna write big like this. And every table has fewer Post-it notes than you have people. So today is your first chance to find agreement at your table at what your answers are to the question. So I'm not talking about long stories. I'm talking about what you can write on a Post-it note using a marker in answer to the question. So this one should be easy. The next one might be a little bit harder, but you get 20 minutes with the people that you're sitting with to talk about what is so special about hunting in Idaho. Yes.
One Post-it?
There are Post-its on your table, but there are fewer Post-its than there are people. So it's not everybody gets the right one. Okay, you have to agree as a table to what you're putting on there. Does that make sense? Yes.
I suppose this would be a parking lot, but is part of our discussion related to technology, also include, transportation technology? Thinking e-bikes would have 100-mile range now and things like that. Was that all?
I think that's on the table, isn't it? It's on the
I think it
table.
needs to be, I think so.
Yeah. But we're not diving deep into technology and fair chase ethic yet. This is just big picture to you. What is so important about hunting in Idaho? Okay, so 20 minutes.
Special, right? It's
Are you scared?
Yeah.
Being right over it?
Yeah. Here is the box.
So at the end of our.
There's still so many things.
Yeah.
Saying that everybody, you know.
You don't have private ranch.
Yeah. You don't have money, you don't have.
He hasn't accepted.
I think that's.
They understand, but I'm sure, probably can't. They're not even close to that.
Another one.
Are we talking percentage or acres?
I put it down too.
And I was, that's what I was gonna ask.
Keep on saying what I was to say. What's your one word?
Yeah, I don't want to.
So yeah, we got public, some for me.
That knowledge, it's the way that you don't look at That's killing that. You know, you go to the school. And it's like they don't read it. But there are pretty. I think.
They're not really.
Those ones.
Are you done? Yeah. You're done?
So we got, so put them on our own.
Here, Whitney, you can take ours.
Are you done?
And that's your whole.
Yes, very well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You guys, right?
Business.
That's why they.
You go out. Oh, you mean you got? So. I think it's. I read it. I know.
Okay, thank you.
Small one.
Yeah. Well. All right, everybody. We're gonna move on to the second question. Which is. Don't start talking about it yet. How can we best use our shared voice to sustain the experience of hunting in Idaho? But here's the thing you don't know yet. You're gonna move tables. So you're talking with new people. So take your name tent. Your name tent and go somewhere else. And you're not a herd.
We leave our stuff.
You can leave your stuff. You get to go back to your place. You're not a herd. So don't go together. Okay, go somewhere new.
We just go away.
It's hard.
I know.
Yeah, okay. I can stay here.
Okay. Second question. Okay, I'm gonna bring you a different color post-it note.
Yes.
Yeah, no more of this color. So the second question is, how can we best use our shared voice to sustain the experience of hunting in Idaho? Okay, go.
Public access. Not necessarily. Then when you. So. So maybe not. When I see this, we want to keep it that way, where it's crashing. So.
Would you say?
Yeah.
We don't. There's a lot of step.
Well,
for instance.
Create kind of alternative.
Maybe that goes.
Well, I'm gonna go on a bit and say, come back and see what they're. That's why I'm starting.
So if you just get.
But I'm gonna say. How to define.
Yeah, no,
That's right now.
I think there would be some way.
We're talking about. So shared point.
Well, maybe.
So. And, you know, we're taking.
I wouldn't make it happen. We're trying.
So what else?
Yeah. Licenses. Yeah. So.
I mean, that works.
Yeah. I think I see. So. This should absolutely. And like it's saying, so it's. But the I would say started what time was it? Because I have these games are close to go backwards, so that it's where it's.
So that's what I'm saying.
Everybody done? Okay, go back to where you started.
Well, I missed it. Yeah, no way, Mike. Well, we get out of there. I mean, that's not, I don't mind the. Adam was a.
Okay, this is gonna be a really quick report on what I think your answers were. So if it feels like I've miscategorized, just let me know. So in answer to the first question about what makes hunting in Idaho so special, we have the right conservation tract. We have a really big cluster around opportunity here. You can hunt every year over the counter, the availability of over the counter tags, opportunity general hunts, opportunity equals the ability to hunt every year.
random controlled hunt drawing and over the counter, so this one's got more details behind it. I would family and friends every year, and oh, I gotta turn the volume on. Where's my nose? Sorry, just a second. Oh, see? Multiple, well, but wait. See, this has, okay. That's why I put it there. You put it now over there too. Okay, all right, thank you. That's why it's sticky, right? Okay. I didn't get none of your passports. This is a program that I just learned about where newcomers or children that are too young to take hunter ads can go out with. What do they call like? Okay, yeah. And so it's an opportunity concept. Okay, this is the public lands cluster. Untouched access to public land, access to public land, remote wild and wilderness areas, etc. This is diversity of species and a diversity of landscapes. Diversity of habitat and big game species. And then there's remote, no cell places are accessible, no cell phone places. Does that belong here? It moves over here. Okay.
They put the other diversity back with the other diversity.
Yes.
Hey, wait a minute. Overruled.
I hope this plane has a smaller population and the fact that Fish and Game prioritizes hunters in the predator management program. That looks like I got it all? Yeah. Okay, I will take images and the images will be in the group memory. So let's, by the way, I have a sign-in sheet mostly for my purposes to know that I have your correct contact information. So it's starting around to make sure you sign in. All you have to do is initial that you were actually here or correct it at the top. Okay.
This is sign-in sheet.
Yeah, that was, yeah, I'm sorry. We didn't coordinate very well. Okay. How can we best use our shared voice to sustain the experience hunting in Idaho? Public accountability for control, tag, and outfitter allocation and designation process.
Explain that, public accountability control thing. Who wrote that, could you explain that?
Yeah. We get some clarification on that.
Oh, it's my idea.
She wasn't at your same table, but now she is, yeah.
Transparency to the drawing process, so knowing that it really is random.
Got it.
So you guys can do that? So this is your shared voice.
We can suggest changes.
I just want to make sure that you're staying clear. Okay, so then protecting and maintaining public land access, we already know that's really important. Prioritize management goals around the Idaho access, around Idaho and access and opportunity. Again, this is probably something that you can recommend, right? Don't take away technology. I was a little confused about this one.
Recycling.
It's just kind of like varying the process, like technology, we can be proactive about it and we can embrace the process of being proactive about technology.
So it's not really about not taking away technology.
No, it's more like dialoguing.
Okay. Then we have use good science to support the recommendations. This one is about opportunity. Maintain opportunity and united front for sustained opportunities. I think these two are different. Communication and compromise, and willing to compromise for sustained trade-offs. And I just want to give you a little preamble about compromise. I don't believe compromise meets the definition of consensus. You may get to a point that that's the only way you can get to consensus, but I want you to try the harder part of that. Find out what you agree about it, rather than you give this and I'll give about it. Okay, they're a little bit different, but I don't mind it as a callback. Okay, transparency, public involvement, communication, creating interest in shared experience, educate and clarify about fair chase. I thought those all four sort of belong together, and then mentorship here. So does it feel like these are semi-acceptable categories? Some of them are really not within your control to make recommendations. About them. Does it feel like I got it right or not? Good enough? Okay. All right. So moving into the closing hour. Next slide, please. So this is our plan for your work together. You've got these dates already. So the next session is going to involve presentations about hunting technology and hopefully an opportunity for you to talk about what you've learned. And then December, we'll focus on fair chase ethic. Again, presentations and an opportunity for you to talk. So when we were planning your process, decided that the next meeting after that would be a really important one for you all to come together, do some eye contact, do some listening to other opinions, and start building on where you might find some agreement as a group. Then we'll have 2 online meetings after that, and then the final meeting will be in person again. I'm not positive this is a perfect design.
Is May 29th Memorial Day weekend?
That's March 29th. That's a typo on the slide.
Okay,
I apologize.
fine.
Okay.
Apology accepted.
May will be too late. We can't wait that long. So, and we're not even sure that that date's correct, because we're waiting to find out the Fish and Game Commission's schedule.
Yeah, so just for the knowledge of the group, we next week are meeting with the commission in Salmon, as I mentioned earlier, and that is the meeting where we set the agenda, the meetings for 2025. So depending on where that March meeting lands, will dictate where our last meeting lands, because we need to have that last meeting before the March commission meeting, so any recommendation that comes from.
So we hope to meet really late in the month.
I'm advocating for as late as the.
Yeah.
So, just for process wise, that's why that last one is question mark.
So does the plan look as good as it can get for right now? Yeah, Ken.
Question for you, I brought this up to you earlier, but my experience with this kind of work, and I think, and I heard a couple people say it's going to be a lot harder than I thought already, that our January meetings are probably going to be where stuff really happens. And would there be an opportunity or interest to make the 27th another in-person? Because I think we can accomplish a lot more in person than through a Zoom meeting.
The 27th is a Monday.
Yeah.
So if we changed it, we'd have to change dates. But I don't think anyone in the room can make that decision right now. Am I correct?
I'm in if you come to Coeur d'Alene.
It is January, yeah.
January's usually hard to travel for everyone who's outside the area of the valley here. I mean, if you find to get a few of us local together to, you know, if you're within driving distance to come to Boise, but I think both.
So a point from your facilitator, hybrid sucks in terms of work. Online through the magic of breakout groups can actually feel pretty intimate. Because we'll put you in groups of 4 or 5 for your conversations, and then we'll mix you up and put you in a different group. And Zoom will even do it randomly for us. So I would argue against hybrid. It's very difficult for the people online to have a comparable experience to the people online. I didn't say that right. The 2 groups don't have a comparable experience. So Valerie will explore what's possible, but right now this is what is published on the website.
Yes.
So
Well, it's on the website, if there is an overarching desire for one of the online meetings to be an in-person meeting, if the group would like that, we can look into that. But we also need to be conscientious of Wendy's schedule, being that she does not reside in.
Maybe
What?
it's February 17th.
I used to live in Idaho, but I didn't.
Maybe we can keep it
So-
free in person, but we can just switch it.
It would be my I would love a little bit of flexibility, because I'm not actually positive the fourth meeting is the one that's most important for us to be together. But I realize that your lives matter too, and you have schedules, so just know ahead of time that I'm gonna have a lot better feeling for it after the December meeting, but that doesn't give us much time to be flexible. But I'm also taking into consideration that traveling in January is kind of a scary prospect. So,
I'll travel north those days. There's good steelhead to have.
so this is what, with the exception of Mark, oh, you fixed it for me, didn't you? Cool, okay. So, next slide, please. The in-person meetings are here from 11 to 4. Online meetings will be 6 to 9 on Zoom. And you had a meal today.
Mountain time, 6 p.m.
Yes. Oh, I forgot about you, Northern Idaho, yes. 6 p.m. Mountain, yeah. So suggestions are welcome for the meal options. If you have any good ideas, send them Ellery's way. How's that work? Okay.
Otherwise, we'll just do it up to the expertise of Elizabeth.
Yay, yeah.
Fantastic.
So,
They're awesome.
next slide, please. So this is what I propose to you for what we're gonna do, and we'll start with me. I will send proposed agendas in 1 week in advance of each meeting, which means you can expect to get an agenda for November 11th meeting by Monday. But I've been working on it already. And I will facilitate with the goal of making sure that everybody in the room is treated with respect. I'll send a draft group memory no later than 1 week after each meeting to those who are here. You have an opportunity to make corrections if you think that I've miscaptured anything. Once I've incorporated those changes, they can go to anybody else. Meaning, like, if members of your group are not present, they won't see it until you've corrected it. I want anybody was in the room. So, and the final group memory will go to all members by the next meeting. It's gonna be really hard to do that by November 11th. So just know in advance. I don't know that we can get the draft out back to me corrected before November 11th, but we'll try. Okay, so Fish and Game staff are gonna provide information that's available to them, and they'll provide guidance to you as appropriate to let you know, whoop, you're out of sidebars, whatever. So for you guys, want you to come to each meeting with an open mind for discussion about the topics that are gonna be discussed. Agree to work with each other collaboratively on advice that you can all support, and suggest corrections to the group memory within 5 working days. So are we all on the same page as to what we need to do together to be successful?
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
It's kind of a loaded question, but are they gonna give us specific technology stuff that they're more interested in, as in the Idaho Fish and Game for us to look at, or are we just throwing mud at the wall on all technology, trying to come up with something? I feel like to have a group work, we should have a defined structure of where we're going with it and what technologies we're actually gonna be talking about. Are we talking about cell cameras? Are we talking about long range? Are we talking about the thermal? I mean, e-bikes that I heard come up. I think that needs to be something.
Well, at the next meeting, we'll have presentations, but I would offer up that it's up to you. You know what your charter is. And I would say, focus on what you can agree with each other about. There may be things that you can't agree about, and so we just know we can't agree about that. But is that a good answer, Hillary?
Yeah, I think your question is a valid one, but I would also argue that that is what we brought you all here to do. Is to determine of all the technologies that are currently out there and what we could possibly envision or not be able to comprehend moving forward. What is it that we can agree upon, we as in you guys, that is acceptable and is not acceptable? So it wouldn't be true to the process here if Fish and Game was to say, we are, most concerned about X, Y, and Z. We can talk about things that we're seeing from an enforcement standpoint, but what does the group collectively think of as technologies that are good, bad, or indifferent?
So Bryce, I was thinking about this as well, and so if next meeting is our technology meeting, then would that be the appropriate time for the team as a group to list out technologies that as a group we are concerned with or think need discussed? So that way everyone has had an opportunity to see them up on the wall, and then we can tick them off one at a time at that point. If that's the outline, that would be my proposal for the next meeting. If that's the technology meeting, would be for the group to throw their issue at the wall, so they're all up there, and then we can take them all off. If that is kind of what you're getting at.
I like.
Okay.
You do like it.
I do like that.
Okay.
I mean, for us to
Not-
put it up there, I
not
mean,
for the agenda.
everybody can pick at them and see which ones we're gonna go after and work for.
And then nobody gets left out that way with their particular item that they came here with.
Can I suggest that at a minimum it's draft? You can
No,
change your
for sure.
mind later, okay?
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
I just add to that, what Jeremiah commented in our roundtable, there was, name one thing that you've seen out in the field that you wished you could never see again. You just think it's fundamental.
California.
And maybe the next time we get together, everybody got one of those things.
Or the opposite.
I'm
that we
kidding
like-
if I offended someone.
I think Arizona said, they said they had their top 10.
Yeah.
All right, guys, that's okay, quiet down.
No, it's all right. Okay, so the network, I put prioritize, develop and prioritize for list of technologies. Okay, so we'll get that on the agenda. Okay, you had something.
Question, if we have a known scheduling conflict, should we let you know, Ellery know? I'm gonna be on an elk hunt November 11th with no cell phone service. So,
We're recording. Yes. Right? We'll have a recording for you.
okay, I can't participate, but I can listen.
We'll miss
back.
you, but we'll record it for you.
Okay, I'll think about you guys.
Okay. But, in answer to your question, if you the best thing is Ellery and I
Okay,
would be great. Okay, we got one more thing. Oh, two more things. I've got a list of next steps. Ellery's gonna send a link for the commission rules, chapter 8. Scott from Arizona is gonna provide data and information about how trail cams that provided the rationale for determining not to allow. Ellery's gonna forward the questions that we just had one, right?
One with some follow-ups.
Okay, to him. Ellery's gonna send the Utah piece that was provided to her. Toby's gonna provide the results of the Mule Deer Working Group's recommendation discussion. That's gonna be like way far out, right? It's not. soon.
No, actually, I think they should have some recommendations by December.
Okay,
But not by the 11th. of November.
Scott's gonna send the how to talk about hunting book to the group. Ellery's gonna send, we know this acronym is wrong because I got it wrong, but the
AFLA.
white paper. Ellery's gonna send both Gordon and Scott presentations, and the next agenda will add, develop and prioritize list. Yes,
Just make a comment on the next agenda piece. I think one piece of this, we're talking about bringing up specific technology items that we've seen or we want to discuss. But I don't think it's an undue influence if we've seen what is the list that other states actually have addressed in the last couple of years. To at least have a starting point of, is this relevant item or not relevant item?
so maybe we need to ask fishing game, the list of technologies that they're aware of that have been addressed by other states.
I don't think that's undue influence from Fish and Game. I just think it puts on our radar of like, what are states even
this is
considering?
out there. I don't know everything that's out there. I don't think any of us do.
Greg, do you have a list? Your top 10?
Well, I think too, we can look at that, like, I know in the presentation that Scott said that I'll be sharing with the group, he listed what their group has done. And then the summary that Utah provided that I read will be provided to you that has kind of what they have done from their tech group. So we can definitely provide those, and if we wanna do a couple other additionals, like a neighboring states, we can. But putting together a comprehensive list of things across the nation would be a lot.
Well, yeah,
I think the neighboring
states
states would be better, right, their terrain is gonna be familiar to ours.
Neighboring states, okay.
Yeah.
And then I will also say, the white paper that will be sent from Aqua is a national look at, and it actually lists out the technologies on a national level that agencies across the country have highlighted of concern. So that will also be a good place to start for the group as well. Again, from a national perspective, these are technologies that at least agencies across the board are taking note of.
And Ellery, I would like to comment that the Arizona presentation, what I would call the branding of that, what was it?
The ICYMI stuff.
Yeah, I thought that was that would be good, that's good for like the non-hunting public. Because it shows that, hey, we're not just out here slaughtering animals, we're doing ethical, we're trying to be ethical about our passion.
Taking back the narrative.
Yeah. Yeah, so if the hunting in whatever, what's our chart, hunting in technology doesn't have that. It's a little nebulous, I guess, right? And so I am ethical.
I am fair chase.
I am fair chase. I thought that really, it was succinct to the point and not really biased. I guess. I don't know.
I mean, that could be if the group wanted to make a recommendation to the commission about developing some types of programs similar to that, that could definitely be a recommendation of the group.
Like a public outreach kind of piece.
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw a lot of that in what you came up with over there. So,
Okay.
one more thing. Some feedback on how this meeting went today. What worked for you and what are the opportunities for improvement?
The moderator was really hard.
Moderator, that is hard.
I just kidding. No, you were wonderful. Thank you.
How was the lunch?
Oh,
Good.
no, fantastic.
Lunch was good. What else?
Hearing the diverse ideas of the group. There's a lot of different personalities here.
I think starting the day, finding common interests and common ground was a good stroke.
The small group discussions, I think that's good, get to know each other a little bit, develop some confidence and trust in each other.
The presentations and content were really good and informative.
Those are no hesitation.
She didn't ask for the bad stuff, yeah.
I'd like to see us get a little more focused on some things, which Bryce kind of brought up too, but it
Yep.
sounds like.
Hone in on which technologies?
Yep,
Okay.
Yeah, I second that for sure, like. There's so much out there and stuff that we've never even dreamed of. It would be good to have a end of the diving board.
I think you'll feel more like that after the next presentation, but yeah. I think they're really like the Apple white paper.
Question for you, and I know it's brought up a couple of times, but my understanding is we determine where the end of the diving board is. I think Fish and Game is asking us to do that, I think, and so, and I agree with, we gotta get there. And, but I think too, having done this a bunch of landing, we gotta be patient with the process a little bit, and it'll start gelling pretty quick, I think.
Yeah,
And
but I also think they've given you, I don't like the word free rein exactly, but they've asked you what you think matters. And so rise to the occasion of what you think matters, not everything matters, right? So focus on the big stuff. I think prioritizing is a good idea, because maybe if you work on the big stuff first, then it'll be easier to talk about the little stuff, but sometimes you guys get little agreements to build the big ones,
But
so.
I'm also a proponent of if somebody has already done this
Yeah,
work,
oh,
we don't
yeah.
need to redo it, right? If Arizona has
If
done
they've
some
done it
big
and you
work,
like it, you're
if
good.
Utah or
Yeah.
Montana or Wyoming has already done some of this stuff, we should leverage that. We shouldn't feel like we have to, reinvent the wheel here. or find a new way to start fire.
I think we need to be a little cautious with that too, though, from the standpoint that we are Idaho, we are unique.
Yeah.
And some of the things we've gone through, so I think it might be good to maybe have a brief history of maybe what Idaho's already dealt with in some of these technologies. But I think we gotta be cautious about what other people are doing. Because our constituents may not necessarily agree or be comfortable with other things to do.
That's
even though
partly
they-
why I had this
Even though
question,
they've gone.
to sort of remember where
Just
you are.
a word of caution.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think
Well, it's just more of an awareness thing than,
Yeah.
and then a suggestion to the board, right?
Yeah.
I think it
That's all
depends on
there. A lot of information.
Yeah,
Let's see how we do it. You just have to see what they're, how they're treated already.
Okay, well, we're almost on time. Thank you very much. See you on Monday, the 11th, on 9. And, oh, I want your name tags, I want to recycle them. Thank you. If you, oh, we're supposed to collect the signatures. You can't leave the room without turning in your signature. Thank you.